Strawberry poop gas. I was cooking in the backyard, feeling like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Hailed strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Now, let's see what I sound like, if I can... Well, my mic is working. Question is, what level is it? Now, let's see what I sound like, if I can... That sounds good to me. So, how's everybody doing today? This is one of the best days of the year because finally, this week, we actually had something that we haven't had here in a very long time. And that's weather. Yes, seasons. A change from the constant heat, humidity, disgusting, miserable Miami weather to something that reminds me almost what I used to remember as a kid. Growing up in the 70s and 80s, when we came to the time of the year when the days were shorter, we actually had differences. Unlike today, where all we see is just heat and humidity, sit in traffic all day and complain in a place where nobody speaks your language, and people just kept pouring in and pouring in and pouring in, like a kitchen sink that's all backed up, and you're trying to unplug it with a plunger, and you give up. Well, the nasty hot weather finally broke, and all week, every single day was absolutely perfect. Yes, other than a little bit of rain, which kind of interfered with my work, but otherwise, absolutely perfect. Temperatures no higher than 75 during the day and down into the 50s or even 40s at night. But today and tomorrow, things are going to be even better because, as you know, I don't get cold until the temperature goes below 45. Now, I know a lot of people push the whole cold plunges thing or whatever, which I think is nuts. But I do like to get that shock of cold air. That's one of the reasons why every time you see me drinking water, it's full of ice cubes, and I chomp on the ice cubes, despite the fact they told me it would ruin my teeth, which it obviously didn't. But drinking cold water has always been one of those things that makes me what I am. I hate the heat. I hate it very much. But I live here because I love tropical plants, and tropical color, and I like the ducks and the iguanas and all the things that goes with the tropics. And I'm willing to endure the heat. The only thing I don't like about Miami is that we are at least 4 times overpopulated. We have way too many people here. And it's not like we have the greatest people. We have some really nice people. We do have some of the best people in the world, but they're a small percentage. We have a lot of other people that come from other places, and they think that they're better than us. They're going to tell us what to do, and they're going to make our lives better. But all they do is fill us up with very ugly buildings, lots of traffic, and they destroy the unique character of our area, which is pretty much gone. In this entire area, there only remains one place where you can experience the old Florida, and this is the place. And when I move out, it will be completely gone. Everybody will have a black, white, and gray box with minimalist crap. There won't be any quirky little items like this. All the old people that had stuff like this have either moved out of Florida, died, or are vegetating in a nursing home. And that's really sad. But I do have my hopes that more and more people are going to go to what I am trying to promote, which is a lifestyle where you simply rebel against the system. My whole life has been a form of rebellion. Now, you look at me and you say, well, look at this guy with his 50s hairstyle and 50s clothing, and he's about as square as you could imagine. But the reality is, I'm the one that's always gone against the crowd. I'm the one that's always looked for my own way. And I found when I rely on other people, unless they're people that I know, they will always disappoint. And when it comes to luck, I have none. So if there's any type of contest or any type of chance, I will never win. This is why I don't gamble. And I've stayed out of the stock market since 2008 because I don't see the fundamentals. Yes, I've lost a lot of money, but on the other hand, I was too busy taking care of my parents anyway. But I do think that things are going to change. And I think if this cold weather continues, this means that in this year or the following 3 or 4 years, we're going to get hit by a major hurricane, which will change Miami again, just like Andrew did over 30 years ago. With all these overpriced high-rises and all these brain-dead people that are pouring money into this place, all the Wall Street scum that has come here to get away from New York, which is a state that they ruined, by the way. New York State, the last time I was there, is actually a very beautiful place, but they've destroyed it with their selfish and short-sighted crap. But one major hurricane, like a 1926 hurricane, will turn this place upside down, and it will drive away a lot of the dirt bags that have destroyed Miami. But enough of the criticism. I'm good at that. I'm going to say hi to everybody. So let me go over here, and YouTube usually... Okay, that one works. Wait a minute. Oh, I know what it is. Hold on. Let me make an adjustment. Okay. That should fix the problem. Let me go back and start over again. Milton, as you probably know, was climbing all over my computer, as you can see. And I'm going to go back and start over again. It's not so bad. All right. So let me see here. Let me bring this back up. There we go. All right. We're going to go back to the beginning because evidently Mr. Milton decided to dance on the keyboard while he was doing his morning routine. So, fun with Rick and Milton. Yes, we've already had our fun. The technical issues. Mike Seeley, greetings from Glenwood Springs, Colorado. I see you're out of town, but hopefully you'll be in town for next week. And Lady June 1 says good morning. Mannix Gaming says hello from Philippines. And now I've caught up. Good morning, Sir Quack from frigid Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. -4 air temp. Not wind chill, and all quacker. Well, I hope that if you have any ducks, you have brought them into the duck house. But good to see you. Good morning, all. 7 fair in the sea. Okay. 42 in North Florida. There you go. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Getting ready for fridge temperatures tonight into tomorrow. That is right. Quack-a-doodle-doo. Morning, Rick and all. And good morning, quackers from Pretzel Pete, Papa Carnivore. No, he's not Pretzel Pete, and he's not Pizza Pete from Pizza Hut either. And if you don't remember Pizza Pete, when I was a kid, they used to have this character with the funny curly mustache at Pizza Hut, and they had the sign with the neon thing where he was flipping the pizza. Of course, like all corporations, they got rid of all that stuff starting in the 1970s when we got into the Federal Reserve financed, artificially corporate era. And hopefully that's going to be coming to an end because things around the world are falling apart. Morning, Peter. How have you been? All right, so Terry Girl's saying hello to Peter, and one of our best people here, Coach Juliet Evans. Morning, getting ready for work, and I am looking forward to meeting you next week. Milton is being as curious as a cat this morning, I see. Yes, so that did work. Do you ever get a day off? Probably not. Play this Lone Ranger through the Milton. Playing with a stick toy. That will go viral. I am thinking about that for sure. When he's swiping on the monitor. Milton is so silly and cute. Good idea, Juliet. It's amazing what pets can bring to a channel. Well, Milton has been a part of this live stream since the beginning. I work at gym Wednesday nights and Saturday. Once I leave my day job in 4 months, that will free my time up for coaching business. Ooh, yes, you are totally getting there, Juliet. Yes, you are. I did an impromptu short on my cat. One, and it got 5K views. Well, let's see if Mr. Milton can get more views because my channel always seems to get a little bit marginalized. Okay. Nature's too slow. Yeah, that was Amy's poop gas song. Good morning, Rick from Smoothie 420. And Coach Juliet says they got the music and some disco dancing. Yes, lyrics to this song. Well, again, if you don't know who did it, it is Amy, otherwise known as Keto Rock Stars, or I forget what her channel is called now. It'll come to me eventually. Rick looks like a movie star in some of those pics. Well, thank you. I could be a movie star, but the problem is that most movies are run by these woke people that would not want me anywhere near their movie, except maybe as a villain. I would probably be a good James Bond villain. I think so, because obviously I would never be James Bond, because unlike James Bond, I'm not going to chase after the Bond girls. So I would have to be the villain. I'd have to be the mad scientist or some crazy guy that's going to weaponized ducks to take over the world. Next thing you know, all the Muscovy ducks are like, and they're, people are screaming, the ducks are flying at them. And okay. Amy's instigation is probably how Barb got started on her songs, which has been a great thing. Yes, she's made several songs about Mr. Milton. No songs about me yet, but I'm kind of afraid of what would happen. Because they wanted to make a song about me, it'd have to be definitely a 50s kind of thing or a big band, sort of like Glenn Miller meets Artie Shaw or something. I don't know. All right, so Rick is a movie star. I'm shocked a talent scout hasn't got a hold of him. Well, like I said, when it comes to luck, if luck is the only thing that determines it, I will never, ever, ever win. I have the worst luck of any human being in the entire world. But the way that I work against that is through contacts and skill. The trick with me is to meet the right people, which is difficult to do. But when I do meet the right people and I'm put in a situation where I can test my skills, then I always come out ahead. And it's the same thing with the whole diet thing. I invented Rick's Heart Attack Diet. And Rick's Heart Attack Diet has been a success, in my opinion. I mean, look, I'll be 58 in a few months. How many 58-year-olds would you know that have the energy, the lack of gray hair, and the varied talents that I have? I can do so many things. I take care of myself. I don't have to hire anyone to do anything. In fact, people hire me to do different jobs. I have more practical knowledge in here than a ChatGPT application. And I've proven it many times by asking. My friend asked ChatGPT questions, and sometimes it gets it right, and sometimes it gets it wrong. And ChatGPT is so stupid, they don't even know who the longest-term carnivore in the U.S. is. And they don't even know who the tallest carnivore diet person is, because I am the tallest. There's no question about that. When I met Dr. Baker and I saw that I was taller than him, I knew exactly. And you can see the pictures of me in my intro. I am definitely the tallest. Also the craziest. Well, maybe not the craziest. I'm sure there's others that are crazier. Morning, Rick from Terry Girl. And speaking of crazy, we have Aaron. Good morning, everyone. My hot water heater broke. Good thing I know a plumber. Well, that's not good. It must have cracked. Sound is perfect on my end. Well, it was back then. Okay, so yes, Terry Girl. And Grateful Coco, good morning, Rick and chat folks. Well, good morning. I am glad that you are here. And Lamb's morning quackers. Weather is a great equalizer at times. Yes, Ryan Hall said, fall I warning. Okay. You mean falling iguana warning. Well, I'm going to go out there tomorrow morning with my bag and my camera. And if I find any iguanas over by the canal, I am going to bring them home with me now. The State Wildlife Office, in their infinite wisdom, says that you are now permitted to pick up live iguanas because technically it's illegal to touch a live iguana. How stupid is that? I do it all the time. You've seen me with the iguana riding my bike. Next thing you know, they'll break down my door and, oh, you did this. Nope. Because I humanely prepare my iguanas for a delicious dinner. So I'll go out there, and what I normally do when I get the iguanas that are stunned, I bring them home, and I put them in the freezer. And after they've been in the freezer for a while, then I will cut them up and turn them into delicious boiled iguana. And then, if I want to, I can take the boiled iguana and deep fry it in pure lard. Little Aaron, okay. I can't tolerate cold ice since I destroyed my teeth with all the junks. Well, that's the thing. There's a difference between someone who's been on the carnivore diet since 1983 and someone that has been destroying their body for decades. The person that ate duck food, the person that consumed a lot of sugar, and the people that smoked. For example, you could give me a bag of cement and tell me to walk up the stairs and I can do it. But you take the guy that's been smoking cigarettes from the time he was 15, he may be 40-something, give him that same bag of cement, and he's probably going to be, having a breathing episode. Everyone's a little different, and you have to understand your limits. Before, yes, we know you're a rebel. It reflects in Milton. That is very true. It is all opposite. Whatever these doctors say, eat less fats. Yeah, more fiber carbs, exactly. I noticed it when I used whitening toothpaste. It used to make my teeth very sensitive. See, Aaron? And look at me. I brush my teeth with baking soda and lard. I chew on ice constantly. I chew the toughest meats. I chew on bones. My mother used to say that, that me and the cat should go eat together at the cat bowl because the cat would chew on the bones and I would chew on the bones. And I've never really had to deal with tooth issues. I mean, I got 2 cavities up there from when I was a kid. On the very top. Yes, there are those silver mercury fillings, which are supposed to be dangerous. But first of all, I don't go to the dentist. I haven't been to a dentist since '86. So I was debating, should I get them removed or should I live with it? And I thought to myself, it's probably better just to leave them there. They haven't really affected me. Whatever toxins they had are probably leached out already. My teeth are not rotting. They can stay there for as long as I'm alive. But I haven't had a cavity since. Now, have I had cavities? I don't know. My teeth don't hurt. I mean, look at them. They're strong. They're chipped up, crooked. I mean, I had this one broken. It's actually grown out. Believe it or not, and I didn't know teeth could do that, but it seems like it's grown out over time. My lower teeth are still crooked. They don't hurt. They're not rotten. I don't get any kind of plaque or anything. I only brush my teeth once a day before bed, and that's it. So, who knows? I guess the carnivore diet is not so bad for your teeth. Maybe you won't actually move until your house gets flown to us. Sometimes we need to move. That is true. That would be funny. You have a big old hurricane or a tornado. Next thing you know, I walk outside. I'm looking out, and there's a big open field. There's cows tipped over and ducks flapping around. I'm thinking, hey, that's great. I don't have to look at apartment buildings anymore. I don't have to find these stupid house flippers that buy these houses and strip everything out and paint them black, white, and gray and charge 4 times what they're worth. That'll be nice. We'll see. I'm doing very well. How are you doing? It's been a rough week for your family. And Jonathan is here. There we go. I've been watching Jonathan's story. I hope that things are improving, but then again, we deal with what we can. There's some things we can't change. It's like I can't fix my sinus condition. You just have to learn to live with it. But I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're listening. Uh-oh, what happened? Okay. You're okay. No. Okay, so that's what happened when you see Milton. I'm going to explain to you what's happening. Let me get through these as soon as I can. There we go. All right, no sound. Read the chat, Mitch. There you go. Okay. Charger Mopar's world, no sound. Yes, that is very true. And let me go through this. Is this the no audio portion? All right, this doesn't even record on his end. Yeah, that is true. I really never become a fan of silent movies. Technical difficulties. Okay. An invading premise of chewing the wires payback. Someone call him, take two. All right. No sound. Call him in. No sound. I lost the number. The number is always there. Okay. And I hope it is now working. I'm sure that it must be. All right. I'm getting there. We have no idea, we can't hear him. Now he's thinking, I see steam. He's never going to find this. Why are you listening to Rick with no sound? Better not. Yes, okay. Now, let me explain to you what happens, and I tell you why the sound goes out. As you know, since I'm still using my old computer, I haven't built another one because the prices of computer hardware went into the stratosphere. I don't know what happened. Let me see. Okay. And now the chat is stuck. Okay. There we go. Okay, it's 25 in Louisiana. It'll be 68 here today, which is pretty nice. Okay, that's good. It looks brutal. Okay, yeah. All right, so we are now back to the point where you're able to hear me. I use a very small device that's known as a USB sound card because this computer does not have a built-in sound card. Now, normally I use this device. Where is that thing? Oh, here it is. Okay. What I was using is called a Focusrite USB, and it has analog out. These analog outs right over here, they would connect to my analog mixer because everything here is analog except where it goes into the internet. And you could also plug in your headphones over here. It stopped working because the roof leaked on it. Now, where did I get this from? I got it from the dump because I wasn't going to pay $100-something for this thing. And when I got it from the dump, it had 3 burned out chips. There's these analog selector chips so that when you select the inputs, it does it electronically. Well, when the roof leaked on it, water ran down, and the processor still works because you can turn it on, it lights up, everything works, but there's no sound. It turns out that the chip that I didn't replace, which is the one over here, it got toasted. So I couldn't get a schematic for it, but I did find an online forum that had a block diagram. And when I was able to figure out what these chips did, I simply took my oscilloscope and I touched it to there to see where the audio was. The audio was coming out of the input, but it wasn't going through the switch. So what I need to do, when I get a little extra money, I'm going to order those chips, and then I have to locate my surface mount heat gun or buy a new one, and I'm going to replace this right here is an analog chip, a little switch chip that switches the analog signal. Because everything else processor-wise works, and if you've seen these, they come in a nice extruded aluminum case. But in the meantime, I'm using this little tiny $9 sound card that I got from, and let me switch this. Okay, I'm going to switch this over here. I got that from the Micro Center, which is down the street. Well, it's more than down the street, but yes, I went to the Micro Center. One day when I was working, I was in my van, and I bought it. I even made a video on it. But that little thing where the audio plugs in is a 3.5 millimeter TRS jack. It plugs in. When Milton plays with the cables, he pulls it out, and it pulls out just a little bit. That causes the USB to disconnect. Once the USB disconnects, OBS no longer recognizes it because the system's running Linux. So if OBS starts up after Milton has pulled it out, even if I plug it back in, it's not going to show that it's there. Now, the system will recognize it, but OBS will put no device available. And if I don't watch the screen and make sure that I'm getting sound going in, I can talk and talk and talk and talk, and I wouldn't know it. But what I've done, I can look over there at my VU meter, which is analog. It's the little thing that moves back and forth, and I got sound. I got to look in front of me. There's a audio input capture too, and I'll show you what it looks like. See right here? Here's the display. This is the OBS program, and see what it says right here? It says microphone, USB, PMP sound device. And look over here. See where it says audio input capture 2 right there? As I talk, you'll see that it moves. Now, it may be in the high range. I get into the red. Once you get into the red, the signal technically is clipping, but the output does vary. But anyway, that's what I'm dealing with. So I'm glad that, and it tells me that people are watching, because if they're saying no sound, that means a lot of people are watching. Not everyone's going to want to chat all the time, but when the stream has a problem, they will. So let me go back over here to the chats, and let me see. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. Chat is here, and I pull this back up. All right. So Peter says, I just had a wonderful breakfast of 5 fried eggs and butter, a hot Italian sausage, and a can of delicious Icelandic cod livers. Well, excellent. Let's see, a carnivore breakfast can be so much better than a duck food breakfast. Would you rather have that, or would you rather have duck cereal? Yeah, I'd rather have that. Duck cereal is not something that I would eat. Or as Dr. Baker calls it, human pet food. We are not eating human pet food. I wouldn't even feed pet food to my poor cat. My cat eats meat. I do feed cat food to the outside cat, but she won't eat real food. It's weird. She must have been somebody's pet that got dumped. And now one of the other male cats has been chasing after her. I got to get my hands on her and get her fixed, but what can I do? Dinner tonight after I get home from work will be one of the big ribeye steaks that I cut off the prime rib roast. That's awesome. Where is Amy this morning? She's a creator of the Strawberry Poop Gas song. She might be working. She might be resting. Sometimes I think Amy gets up a little later. I mean, her time, I think there's an hour behind or whatever, but she usually pops in later. More like a Batman villain. Well, that may be true. That may be true. I would always be the villain in a movie. I would never be the hero, because nobody, and I mean, well, with a few exceptions, most people would not want to be like me, and I can guarantee that. Broke, skinny, and single. That's not the kind of person that most people want to be. Everybody wants to follow the 20-something influencers who drive the Lamborghini and live in the crappy condo on Brickell, and they want to pretend like they're rich. They want to have lots of women, and they want to sort of promote themselves as being superior, even though they couldn't change a tire and they couldn't even cook their own dinner if their life depended on it. 58 degrees and clear, partly cloudy today in the rat's mouth of Florida. Awesome, awesome. Hollywood would be scared. Yes, Hollywood would be scared of Rick, because I'm everything that they're not, and they're everything that I'm not. When it comes to being woke, that's the opposite of me. I hate to say it. But then again, I am quite tolerant of alternative lifestyles. I consider my lifestyle to be an alternative lifestyle, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. So I have this reputation of being some kind of right-wing, conservative, hardcore, whatever, and I'm absolutely the opposite. I've had people tell me that I'm xenophobic, that I hate immigrants, and that's the absolute opposite. I support legal immigration. I think that people should be free to go to all parts of the world, just like we should be free to go to other countries. If you want to leave this country, why can't we go down South America? But if I was going to go to South America, you know what was the first thing I would do? I'd learn the language, and I'd learn the culture, and I'd make friends. And then I'd go down there, and I'd do it that way. I wouldn't just go there and say, well, everybody's going to speak English now. Nope, that's not my way. My dad's from Cuba. Before he came to this country, he learned English as much as he could. He didn't go to Miami. He went to Yankton, South Dakota to go to college. If you're going to migrate, the thing to do is not to try to change the other people to be like you, but why not learn about their culture? You're going there, right? Why are you going there? Are you going there just to escape a problem that people have caused? Or are you going there to be part of a different culture? And that's what I believe. But it's very unpopular. Hit the like button, guys. Yes, Terry Girl. That would be smart to hit the like button because I'm a likable person. Hi, Rick and the Hawkers. Chuck from Clearwater, Florida. Well, hello, Chuck. And I've seen you've made many comments on my videos, and I appreciate that. Post your Buy Me a Coffee. I can definitely do that. Wherever it is. Oh, here it is. We can put that right there. So let's see, I respond to your command and let me see. All right. I'm crazier than Rick. Well, that is an opinion. You might be. I really don't know. You might be crazier than Rick, or Rick may still be crazier. You're the craziest quack I know. Yes, I am the craziest quack you know, Thomas, because there aren't too many. I've never met anybody else that was like me. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I always tell people this. You know what's my judge of whether you're a good person or not? Could you get along with someone who's just like you? And for many people, the answer is no. They can't, because some people are so self-centered and narcissistic, they would fight with each other. But I'm not like that. I'm the kind of person that if I knew somebody just like me, I think we'd be really good friends. We'd probably be way too close for comfort because they say opposites attract, but that's not the case in my case. I tend to think that similar people attract. Whereas in physics, yes, positive, negative, opposites attract. It doesn't work for me. If you're one of the people where opposites attract, that is fantastic. But I'm not one of those people. And Tard Nation, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you again. Another one of our regulars. That is awesome. Yes, Thomas, and proud of it. Well, that's good. Rick will be on Easter hunt except it's iguanas. Yes, I'm going to be tomorrow morning looking for iguanas. And if I find any, they're going straight to my freezer. And they're going to be cool all the way until they end up in that hot water and get boiled and fried. And Paul is here. Hi, Rick. Hello. Good to see you. I don't think I saw you on Monday, but I could be wrong. Morning, Chuck. Rick loves iguana, duck, and chicken eggs. Yes, I do. Gotta love the wild foods. I've got to help the plumber. Bye, everybody. Well, bye, Aaron. I hope you get your water heater fixed because in this weather, I wouldn't want to be without one. And Terry Girl says, no plumber, but yes, you got to stay away from that plumber crack. And we have a good morning. He's wearing overalls. Well, there you go. Most of the plumbers are so fat, they have this huge gut. Farmers are like that too. And I don't know what it is. They have this massive gut. And when they try to bend over to do some work, the pants come off and the rear end is showing, and that's something that nobody wants to see. Ugh. Plumber's crack is not good, okay? But I do plumbing, and I don't have that problem. If you're a lean person, you don't get the plumber's crack. I'm trying a new way to cook bacon that I saw in a video yesterday. Just enough water to cook it evenly. I've done that too. It's not hard to do it. But it's better if you steam it. If you do the water thing, you're going to lose all your bacon fat. So take the water, put it into a container, put it in the refrigerator, and see how much fat you lose. Not the best way. I mean, it works, but not the best way. Will it get crispy? No, it will not. Okay. And good morning from Karen, Florida, sunshine. And look at that picture. Who's that? Is that a picture from Hack Your Health? Interesting. My bacon got tough when I tried it. Yes. The only thing I like to be tough is me. Oh, okay. You must mean air fried. Let's see. Yeah. Air fried is a convection oven. Convection oven is the best way. If you like your bacon somewhat crispy and properly cooked, that is the best way to do that. And yes, Chuck says fryer. Actually, I think yeah, that's right. Fryer. There's also fryer, which is, I think, the guy with the bald head, the religious whatever. That's different. And there we were talking about Amy. Good morning, everyone. See, I told you she'd be here. She's not going to miss that. When Strawberry Poop Gas is playing, Amy is not far behind. Bill Gates want to sabotage your stream, Rick. You don't want your cult to grow big with 37 people watching. Yeah, right. You got that right. No one is ever, this is never going to be viral. This is never going to be a popular channel. You have the muscular and influential carnivore doctors. You have the pretty gals and all that, even the bimbo types. And they're out there, they're promoting the carnivore diet. They'll get hundreds of thousands of subscribers. But a tall, skinny guy, nah. And now, there is one tall, skinny guy that has a lot of subscribers, and that's Eric Berg, the chiropractor. But I think it's sort of a first mover advantage, and the fact that he is a chiropractic doctor gets a lot of attention, and he's not carnivore. He's, I guess, keto or something like that. So, but my channel ain't happening. And Bill Gates, yes, if you want to look like Bill Gates, follow his advice. But I don't want to look like Bill Gates. I'd rather look like Dr. Chafee or Dr. Baker. I think out of all of them, I think Dr. Baker is the one I'd like to look like the most, because I think out of all the carnivore doctors, that Dr. Baker is the most attractive because he's tall, he's well built, he's strong, and he's able to do everything that a younger person could do. Well, actually, I can do that too. I can do everything that I could when I was 25. So maybe I'm not that bad. I don't know. But I did get to meet him in person. Now, if I ever get to meet Dr. Chafee in person, then I'll have to compare it over here. That would be very interesting because we have a couple of, there's like 3 or 4 gals in the carnivore community that are just infatuated with Dr. Chafee. They really like him. And he's relatively good looking. He's not the best looking person I know. That would be my friend that lives in Minnesota. He's the best looking person I know. But Chafee's not bad. So I don't know. But those are going to be the popular ones. I'm the quack, and nobody really likes the quack except for a few people, except SMH Cast has shown what looks like 7 quacks. Yes, 7 quacks. So complete number of quacks. Hi, pretty Amy. Well, there you go. Or what does Russ call Amy? The Irish floozy? And speaking of Russ, next Tuesday, it'll be my day with Russ. But I'm not going to be able to see Russ next weekend because I don't think he's going there. But we're going to talk about that once I get through with these comments. Getting up in the shower, I have to go to the bank to open a business checking account. So I guess you're getting ready for your coaching business. And there's a lot of people out there that are starting the coaching business. And we know that there's a lot of so-called coaches on the internet. You have a bunch of these scammers that are over there trying to get people to send them money. Well, this is not what that is. This is sort of what I call the coaching tutoring combination. You pay someone to get instructed in a particular subject on a one-to-one basis. And that's good. So what you can do, you can find the people that you like. And I think when you do one-to-one, you can only do so many clients, and that's it. When you have a scam, you can have thousands or millions of people signing up for your scam and getting paid for it. But in this case, this is a one-on-one service, and it's going to come down to who is the choice that you like. And I tell everyone, if you're looking for a tutor or coach, you need to interview them first. All the honest people will give you a free session to become familiar with them. And then you can sign up for the program and compensate them because they deserve it. Everybody that takes their time, whether they're fixing something, building something, teaching you something, coaching you through different things, all deserve compensation. As the Bible says, let the workman get paid his wages, or I forget exactly how they put it, but that's important. So you're providing a useful service, and I'm glad that they're giving you the instructions you need to set up your business, to avoid the frivolous lawsuits, to deal with the liability insurance, to know what you can and can't say, because we live in a corrupt world that is dominated by special interests, and they want to make sure that you don't take away from their business. So the medical community and legal community and all these people, They have it all wrapped up. And the only way that we get around that is through the First Amendment, where you have so-called freedom of speech. So you figure that out, but that's good. So hopefully the bank will help you out and you won't have to struggle like I did, but it'll be all right. And we have a morning to Amy, and oh good, he's wearing pants this week. Yes, I am wearing pants this week because, as you know, my air conditioner's turned off. See how quiet it is? And it's in the 650s, or I think it's in the 60s outside. So it's in the 60s inside. I got the windows open. Looks like somebody sent me a buy me a coffee. Well, that is really nice. Wow, $35. I'm extremely impressed how, I mean, I've had people in this channel, and you know who you are, that have sent me food. They've paid for, my cat getting fixed, and they've sent me things that I can use. It really is encouraging, and you can probably see it in my attitude. My attitude about Live at 8 with Rick has gotten better over time because I see that people care enough to watch, to comment, to click like, send me things. And now with the little buy me a coffee thing, although I haven't actually gotten the money yet, it takes a while for them to do it in the bank, and they take like 10% of it, which I'm not happy about. But until I find a better way to do it, it's good enough. And it's going to help me out. It always helps me out if I can buy food and stuff like that. Now, hopefully tomorrow and the next day, I'll get a big injection of free food because I'll be going out there with my bag. And hopefully I got a couple of spots I'm going to check out. I'll be on the bike riding there. I'm going to have to look for my jacket because I don't even know where it is. I haven't used the thing in ages. And if it goes below 45, I get cold, especially if I'm riding a bike. So I have to get a jacket and go out there with my bag. And I'm going to go down Snapper Creek and see if I can catch a few of them big fat iguanas. Delicious iguana meat. They're probably hiding in the ground, though. I think the iguanas have learned, and they found a way around it. So we have a little Terry. Safe travels, Amy. Yes, and hey, Smoothie. All right, so let's see. That is what I thought all the time. Go to the bank. All right, so we got some more hellos here. And in the most threatening tones, too. Well, go to the bank. There you go. Having a bank. It's weather. Yeah, the weather there, I'm sure, is a lot different than here. Amy, I like your Islami smile. Yeah, we're at the fresh, fun air. That is correct. And thank you. Amy is a giggle box. She is Sandy. That is correct. Hello to Thomas and Amy. What do the cod livers taste like? Well, unless you have not had them, you won't know. I enjoy them, but they got too expensive, so I haven't had them in a very long time. Used to come in a can, but I don't even know if you can buy them anymore. Hey, Sandy, don't like the taste, but so it's decent. Female cat might be pregnant when you catch her. What would you do if that happened? I don't know. Let's see. If she gets pregnant, they will still fix her. Okay, that's good, hopefully. Cholera was remedy forever, but I've never tried it. Be real, our culture needs to be protected. Okay. Immigration process and making it harder for you to leave the United States. Yeah, people can't get their citizenship. And that is a problem. That is one thing that I don't like the idea of making it difficult for people to leave a country. I think that's a mistake. The ability to move. Now, what's happened to us is that they started giving money to people that just for being here. And I think that's where the problem started. It actually started here in Miami in the 1980s with the Cuban boat lift. That was the very first major invasion because we've had several immigrant waves over the years from European countries, poor people, low end, low skilled, whatever. But every time that we got a group of those people, there was always a few of them that excelled. We ended up with people that turned out to be very talented in science, engineering, and so forth. And most of the progress that has been made in this country has been made by people who came from other parts of the world who had no opportunity because just like living here in Miami where everything is too expensive and all the resources are tied up by the wealthy, they had the same problem over there. So they came here. It was less expensive, and some people did succeed very well. And we want to keep that going. So if you're going to lock down the system and make it where people can't leave, now, you see, when you have a free market, for example, and you go to a business, if you don't like the business, what do? You go to another one. Unless, of course, it's a monopoly, and governments are monopolies. So if you don't like the government, you're not going to be able to change it because one person can't do anything. But a lot of times you go and you say, well, another part of the world, I might go there. And you go there and you do better. So they say, oh, we need immigrants to do. No, what we need is the ability for people to move around without being constantly shot down. That's the problem. But we don't need a bunch of people to be dumped or to run to another country all at once, because then they just bring all their problems with them. It's like having ducks in a duck pond. If you have one duck in a duck pond, it's going to poop. It's going to pollute the water somewhat, but it's, the environment deals with it. You bring 200 ducks and dump it in the duck pond, that duck pond's going to turn into a disease-breeding disaster. It's the same thing. When you take large amounts of people from another country, they all group into one area. Then you have little Havana or little Haiti or whatever, and you end up with this sort of isolated ghetto of people, and then you're going to end up with basically a mini depression. These people are going to take their lifestyle from the disaster they came from, bring it here, and continue it. Then you got the corruption and all the other things that goes with it. But if you let people make the decision, I want to go here, I want to go there, whatever, then that's it. But it's not going to happen. The world is always dysfunctional. It's just the way it is. I don't think I would ever want to move to a country that didn't speak English. Well, there you go. Hard enough listening to accents to your people. And that's it. So you stay in a country that speaks English. This is what I'm trying to tell people. I would like to see people live in the place where they want to, they like it. Every country has its own rules on imitation. You're talking about immigration. Yes. Is coming to Tampa again still doable for next weekend? Yes, it is. That is what I'm planning on doing. I'll talk about that in a bit. People want to leave their home country. I'm sure they don't really want to. Governments need to get their act together. And that is the issue. But the thing is, the reason why governments are dysfunctional is because of central bankers. It's because of things like the Federal Reserve, European Central Bank, Bank of Japan, all these banks that artificially manipulate interest rates by printing money. That's the problem. They cause the wars because what happens is people by nature are tribal. People like to be around others that are like them. This is why the whole idea that opposites attract is garbage. Everybody wants to be around people like them. So when you have, let's say, a large group of people from another part of the world come into an area, well, they're going to become antagonistic with the other people. And then you have central bankers. Their one product is debt. They want everybody in debt. If enough people get in debt, they will no longer be able to pay the debt, and they will end up starving and homeless. And then they become dangerous. Then you end up with a lot of people really, really angry, looking for a scapegoat. And they'll look around. They'll look for whoever seems to be prosperous. For example, here in Miami, they'll go over there along the coast, look and see how many rich people they have. They'll say, oh, look at them driving around in those luxury cars, living in those expensive homes. And they'll go over there with the pitchforks and torches, and they will dispossess them and probably throw them in the ocean to be shark bait. And then, of course, the war starts because the people that have money are the ones that control the government, and they start to crack down on the other people. And eventually, the government relies on poor people. That's the thing that they don't tell you. The system is run by a select group of wealthy. But generally, wealthy people don't do their own dirty work. They get somebody else to do it. And who's the person that's going to do it? Well, whatever thugs they can find, which are typically people that are maybe narcissistic and they just don't have the money. So instead of doing that, they can use the feeling of power as a way to try to assert themselves as being better than everybody else. So you'll see they'll join the military, they'll join the police or whatever, and they'll go out there and they'll rough up people and mistreat them because it makes them feel good. Meanwhile, the people in the back that are financing it, they're the central bankers. And central bankers are basically cowards. So if they were ever put on the spot, for example, Jerome Powell, the Federal Reserve, I mean, the guy obviously, he's got as much courage as a pigeon, which is why they call him a dove, because he's always printing money. I bet if you took Jerome Powell, you put him in a room, and you put one large iguana in that room with him, and you gave him a knife, I think he'd run. He'd try to get out of there as much as he can. He'd probably stab himself before he went for the iguana. Now, you put Rick in that room with an iguana and a knife, and you know exactly what's going to be happening. And I'll be knocking on the door. It's like, where's the fire? But I really don't think that most people are going to make the decision, because in order to fix the problem, it involves short-term suffering. So in other words, if you're doing hard labor to survive, in order to fix that, you would have to build a piece of machinery to do the work for you. So let's say that you're a farmer and you had horses and you had a plow and whatever, and you had a little bit of free time. Well, if you had the materials and knowledge, you could build yourself a tractor, but you're going to have to take maybe an hour a day and work on this thing instead of doing something else you like. You may have to work on this thing for months or years, but eventually you'll build that tractor. And you'll put in your wood, you'll fire up that steam engine, and you'll go out there and plow the field. And instead of having to go there with the horses and the hand plow, you'll be able to do that, and you'll be done in a couple of hours what would take you an entire day. And that gives you more free time. Then you can take that free time and say, you know what, I'm going to make this or that. And you can just keep building these things. And eventually, things will get better. But instead, you have people that are being entertained. They're watching stupid movies and sports and all this other crap that does them no good at all. They're eating duck food. They're drinking alcohol. They're looking for a mate, which consumes most people's time. I mean, that seems to be the main driver for most people. But this is something that just as long as you have central bankers controlling the money supply through debt, nothing will ever improve. And that's a fact. Once people wake up to that fact, once the younger generation realizes they have no future, they're going to go down to the Federal Reserve and they are going to overturn the system. And then that's when things are going to get interesting. And I'm sure the powers that be, they're going to try to push more communism as a way, because the thing is, communism, socialism, fascism, all of them, they all have a central bank. They have to. That's how they survive. Any system that supports the central bank will always be what they support. So they don't mind. They have a revolution. If the existing leaders get tarred and feathered or burned or whatever, that doesn't bother them as long as they have a central bank. And that is why things will never improve. The only way they'll improve is when enough people realize how the system works and they refuse to participate. They refuse to go into debt personally. They don't buy when they don't have money. They don't follow their movies and music. They don't follow their sports. They take the bread and circuses, they push it away, and they go for the meat. That's the thing. Go for the meat and leave the bread and circuses to the ducks. And that's it. That's how you do it. Will it happen? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because the average person is too controlled. I know too many people, when I try to tell them how things work, they look at me and they say, well, Rick, why would I listen to you? You're poor. You're broke. That is very true. Now, if I change that, maybe they would listen to me. But then there's another problem. If I became financially successful, I would be a target. And you could be sure that the central bankers would make sure that I either went to their side or disappeared. So it's not going to get any better. So we have to do it ourselves. We can't rely on the system. Farmer beer gut usually. Yeah, they do like to drink their beer. I find beer disgusting. Ah, look, Cindy, I haven't seen you in a while. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Cindy. Glad that you are here. Hugs to your sweet Brian. Okay. Good morning from Tammy Patarsh. Rick, Mr. Milton, and y'all quackers. Yes. Good morning. I'm glad that you are here. You've got what looks like a happy face. Cat, duck, cat, iguana. There we go. The bacon and water method is taking too long. Bacon should be immediate. Yes, I agree with that. Do the convection oven. It is the best. I have one of those round convection ovens. The original air fryer works really great for bacon. It's a pain to cook that way. Dr. Berg eats a lot of meat, but eats specific plant foods. Well, that's true, see? So he has a wider appeal. And Eric Berg doesn't look bad for 60-something. I saw him in person. He's taller than I thought he was, and he's in good shape. So it's no wonder that people listen to him. Do I believe everything he says? No. But again, I did say hello. I shook his hand. He looked at me kind of strange, probably thinking, what is that? I get that a lot out of people. They look at me and they're like, what is that? You know, here you got this guy, who's taller than everybody else, with a full head of hair, wearing an orange shirt and light-colored pants. It looks like somebody that stepped out of the 1960s or 50s. Here I'm drinking coffee while I wait. Usually drink, well, it's still to get that bacon cooking. All right, you can tell us live how it came out. That's correct. Suddenly it is sizzling. There you go. Morning, from Venetian Cat. And I saw your comments as well. Morning, Rick and everyone. Yours is the only live stream I watch consistently. Well, I'm glad that you're here. And I noticed that you had mentioned that you like listening to my live stream because it sounds good. So that's good. I don't think Russ is going to keep losing. Russ has had a lot of issues. He had somebody that he had to get rid of in his business. It's a long story. You know, he can tell it, but he's trying to manage everything himself. So I can understand that he doesn't have the time to go to any of these things. I mean, I wonder if he'll even go to Hack Your Health this year. I don't even think I'll go to Hack Your Health this year. I don't know where I'd get the money for it. I only met one person like my late husband who passed away 8 years ago. We had a wonderful, not perfect marriage. I miss him. There you go. Coaching is going to be my passion project. Yes, that is correct. All the influencers now are with something to sell. That is true. Although there's nothing wrong with selling stuff. I mean, you got to make money somehow. The question is, are you giving people a good value? That's the question. If you're giving people a good value, I say more power to you. If you can sell me something I need at a good price that I can afford, I'm your customer, just like that. I don't have a problem with it. The problem I have, people sell overpriced stuff like soap that costs more than a car battery and meats that are of questionable nature. That looks like something you get off the fake ribeye truck that I made a video on a week or two ago. Those things are a joke. Russ calls me the lush, I don't drink alcohol. Yeah, he's always talking about you being drunk and stuff like that. That's it. And he likes to make fun of me. That's just the way Russ is. Talks about, the quack man himself and better hide the waterfall and lizards and all that. So, yeah, that's pretty funny. Trying to make money, yes. Well, everyone needs to make money to survive in a central bank system. Thank you, Rick. Well, my pleasure. I don't drink, and I hate weed. I will do a free discovery call to see if we're right. Yeah, see, Amy, what Amy is saying, you need to take this into account. A tutor or coach is providing a service. It's like when you go to the store to buy something. Let's say I want to buy a new telephone, all right? I pick up the phone, I look at it, or a radio. Let's say I want to buy something. I'm going to take a look at it. I'm going to, if I want to buy a car, I take it for a test drive. So I'll look at it. Oh, it seems to be good. And then I make a decision. It's like, well, okay, I like it. What do you want for it? That price is a little too high. Can we do this or whatever? Sure. And that's what it is. That's called a free market. That's the way it's supposed to be. When these people try to get you sign up for subscriptions or they lure you in with some free seminar, it's not a one-on-one thing. You know it's a scam. But the free discovery call, that's how you know that's somebody you want. And again, no contract. Some of these people try to push you into a contract. You agree to tutoring or coaching service, so much an hour, whatever services you have. If you don't like it, you can just cancel. I don't. Okay. Sometimes a person may need one paid session. That's it. And they're okay. Then maybe a few months later, hey, I need some more help. Another paid session. This is good. And it frees up the tutor or coach to be able to serve more people. A lot of them want to get you into subscription where you pay a certain amount a month. And I don't like subscriptions. That's just the way that I am. But I do believe that for many people, There's going to be a lot more to choose from. And you know what? Here's my theory. The more of you that offer coaching services, the less suckers there'll be for the scammers. Because the scammers, they take advantage of ignorance. But what happens if there's a lot of other people out there that know more than they do, and they're less expensive, and they're more available? You don't have to be in some group and then have some assistant show you what to do. You can go right to the source. Yeah. So I'm excited about that. I like that. I would totally miss my husband. I can't imagine. Well, there you go. And Annabella says, hi, Rick and Milton. Well, hello. Milton, of course, has left because as soon as I go online, he runs and hides. But he'll be back. As soon as his little tummy starts to say, hey, I'm hungry, he'll come over here and he'll be grabbing my leg or doing his little Milton things because he's so cute. I love little Milton. He's an awesome cat. Even though he tore me up 3 times, he's been fixed thanks to my good friend. Now that he's fixed, he is such a sweetheart. And yes, he still attacks me. You know, he grabs me when he bites into me, but he doesn't bite that hard. He hasn't caused any injury to me in a few weeks now. So Milton is most likely going to be my house pet for many decades. Well, a couple decades, or maybe, I don't know, many years at least. Milton seems to be very healthy and very, very happy. All right. That's right. And Annabella, there we go. Okay. Hi, Annabella. Buy me a coffee is the best way, Rick. Well, I have it, and somebody actually sent me one. And again, I really appreciate that. Eventually, I'll do that, but also Stripe is going to take percentage of business. Yeah. Well, Stripe is the one that works with Buy Me a Coffee anyway. The only thing I don't like is over there, I'm going to change this QR code. I'm going to put a duck head in the middle of it. Those little holes in there reminds me of the ceiling tiles in my house, so that's kind of funny. Hi, Paul. Okay, let's see. I have 4 nieces and nephews. Most countries don't want anyone that isn't bringing money with them. Well, there you go. Maybe it should be the same way here. I visited Miami 10 years ago. I noticed a lot of them were all in Spanish. Yes, Miami, the official language of Miami is Spanish, but guess what? Florida is going to stick it to them. They're changing the driver's license regulations, which means no more driving tests in Spanish. No Creole. No. It's got to be English. There are so many people here that don't even speak English, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they get around that. And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with speaking Spanish. You know, yo hablo español, go ahead and do it. I don't have a problem with that. What I'm saying is, if you come and live here, you need to know enough English to communicate. I want to be able to talk to you. I would like to learn Spanish. I know a little bit, but I don't understand why we have to have this separate, make one language the official language of the nation, and all the other languages are optional. If you want to speak them, that's great. The thing is, if everyone communicates in the same language, it makes it harder to take advantage of people. And I get upset when I see these people working and don't speak any English because I know a lot of them are being underpaid and they're being taken advantage of. And I don't want to see that. Everyone should have an equal opportunity. Adopting a girl to repeat what I accomplished in raising my daughter by myself. But even though she's 18 now, my work is still not finished. That is true. Okay. And I got a lot of, oh, wow. Here we go. There's no way someone from the Midwest can move into a place like Sweetwater or Hialeah and easily integrate. That is true. That is true. But someone from the Midwest would not be dumb enough to even move to a place like this. Why? If you live in the Midwest where you have cattle and open space, why in the world would you move to the Miami area? I mean, unless you're some drug addicted, whatever, maybe you've had too much meth in your lifetime, but yeah, that would be a problem. And look, Coach Angela Mullins. Good morning, Rick. Good morning. Glad to have you here, as always. And again, we have more and more people that are joining the coaching profession, I guess you call it. So you're going to have a lot more people to choose from. You can pick the one that aligns better with your lifestyle. You don't have to go with the internet influencers. You get to choose who you want. That's what I like about it. So again, I've had people tell me, well, Rick, you're against the carnivore coaches. No, I'm not. I'm not against carnivore coaching. I think it's a great thing. What I'm against is the people that are making a lot of money. You have some of these entities that they charge thousands of dollars to be a carnivore coach. I mean, seriously. Sure, you got to charge some money, but don't be excessive. Don't try to put your name behind something and then say, oh, these are my certified coaches. Well, there is no official coach certification. It's not a legal term until eventually they make it a legal term, and then it's another problem. But at this point, it comes down to skills. You take the courses for training. A lot of people don't understand how business works. A lot of people don't understand what they can and can't do, and that's a valuable service right there. And for that, sure, you should pay for it. But it should be comparable to maybe technical school, a few $100s. That's reasonable. Somebody had to set up the program. It costs money, but you don't charge people thousands of dollars because that seems like a scam. So it's like anything else. There's various levels. And I'm not against it. I am not against the whole idea of carnivore coaching. I did a lot of tutoring myself. I tutored a lot of engineering students, math students, and so on. That's how I made money when I was younger. I worked at the college as a tutor before I ever taught a class. I think it's great. I only got paid $5 an hour at the college back then. But still, I did private tutoring for the students, FIU students. I used to get up to $20 an hour back then, which was pretty good in the 80s and 90s. So there's nothing wrong with charging for your services. And if you provide a program where you educate people, you can charge for that too. I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with people overcharging. And how do you determine that? Well, that should be done from the free market. The more people that we have in this whole coaching idea, the more established the market will be. And I think it will reach an equilibrium. And I hope that everyone that calls themselves coach is going to work hard to make sure that this occupation is an honorable one. That's what I want to see. And I have a feeling that with the people that are in my chat, it will be. I'm pretty confident of that. Brian's New England accents. There you go. We're talking about the accents. Brian doesn't count. He gets out of trouble by his voice smile. Okay. I wonder who Brian is. That name sounds familiar. I don't know. How's the bacon? Yes. I think so too. Cooking bacon is good. Evenly and soft. Yep. Did go off the pan. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you like the way the bacon came out by boiling it. I boil meats all the time. And Josephine Cowley is here. Howdy, beautiful quackers. Howdy, Quackman Rick. Well, howdy. Good to have you here, as always. I cooked bacon. Water just submerged in a pan. Took a bit longer, but finished fast. Yes. Suddenly the water evaporated. Was done. That is correct. Come over. See, the only thing about the water method, it prevents the bacon from getting burned spots. One of the problems with cooking bacon in a pan, you have to keep flipping it. That's why the convection oven is so much better when you have air blowing around the bacon. Another way is to deep fry the bacon in lard. You don't want heat hitting thin meats directly because it will burn them very quickly. But when you have fat surrounding it, a liquid conducts heat a lot better than a vapor, and a vapor has more, like gases are going to cook better than just being on a metal surface. A hot piece of metal, you put it on there, it gets burned. It's just not really that good. Okay, so let's see. Morning. All right. No future for you, no future for me. Okay, yeah. All right, I drank 2 liters of kefir today. It was fermented for 24 hours, almost exploded from the jar. Well, hopefully, we'll see. Hoopcast kefir. All right, how do you feel? Hope you feel okay. Tomorrow, not good. Gaming. Okay, yeah. Hopefully the kefir worked out well. And, okay, oh, come on. Oh, there we go. I'm not catching up, but I will. How tall are you? I am 6'6" tall. Yes, I am the tallest carnivore in the whole community. I felt full actually, maybe because it's the only thing I ate. Okay. Berg is a big leader in Scientology. I heard that he was in Scientology. And you talk about a scam. That is a religious scam, in my opinion. Manabella. He's 6'6", but looks bigger, like a monument. It's funny. I don't look that tall. At least people tell me. They had no idea I was that tall. It was delicious. I used to drink wine years ago. A lot of people did. They used to tell you it was good for you. I think you can't even be a Scientologist unless you're bringing money to the game. Yes, that is correct. I've heard about that. Hubbard and all that. What it is, they were trying to make money. I think their scheme was called Dianetics. It was some kind of self-help crap. But by starting a religion, they could go tax exempt. And that was it. Why they come up with the name Scientologist, I really don't know. Because there's nothing scientific about it. It's like a video game. It's just stupid. Stupid. Do you also consume kefir? Good morning from Robbie Autry. Good morning. Glad to see you here. Another one of the Mitchfits. I did not see Amy. All right. Morning, Robbie. And Carnivore Jerry. Oh, my goodness, Rick, I overslept. Time to 2.0 speed to catch up. Well, there you go. I agree. Of course, me at 2.0 speed could sound like the guy from the Federal Express commercial. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yep. Oh, my daughter tried. Morning, Jerry. Okay. Everyone that works for him have to be in that cult. Well, that's interesting. The Scientologist. What is a quackologist? And there's Bob. There's Bob. I haven't seen you in a while. I guess it's way too cold to go out walking anyway. I don't think Bob wants to risk falling on the ice again. The last time I saw you, you were blowing snow and shoveling snow. I'm sure by now it's probably like the North Pole. You got penguins walking all around there. The ducks walk around here. You probably got penguins over there in Nebraska. Morning, Thomas. Are you feeling better? Okay. Weird how a lot of people don't like kefir. Well, I like it, and I think you do too. Did I miss Milton's entrance? Yes, but Milton will return. Milton, he's like anything else. He always comes back. You should try and salt to it. I don't crave kefir, but it gave me a little bottle of it now and then. To me, it's like a mix of yogurt and sour cream. That's exactly what it tastes like. Yes, it does. Maybe it's store-bought. You should do homemade. As a legal immigrant, assimilation is essential. It's respectful. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. For anyone that is a legal immigrant, it's an insult to the legal immigrants to allow people to come in illegally and not have to do the things that the legal immigrants did. This is what I'm trying to say. If you are a legal immigrant, you are the ones that are being punished by this. You go through all the time, the effort, the expense. It's not free. Then you got some illegals drop in here. They go there and take the jobs and lower wages and, don't need that. Not important. The amount of bacon I made was half a pack, cut in half. It was good. Hey, nice. Fully fermented kefir is the best. I think store-bought are not fully fermented. That's the way yogurt is, too. Carnivore Jerry, I would try homemade if I got the chance. I like to pay for cholesterol test. I think this would make some crazy fun YouTube. 40-year carnivore blood test results. Well, maybe one of these days, but not at the moment. I haven't been to a doctor in so long. This year will make 30 years since I've been in a doctor's office. So I figured I'd wait until I have a heart attack. Maybe one of these days. We'll see. We'll see. Once I get my life in order and I'm making good income and I know where I'm going to be living, then I'll deal with it. But in the meantime, we'll keep it a mystery. All right. And use a plain kefir to make ranch dressing before. And Jason again says it would rival your fake Carrie content. And whatever happened to fake Carrie? Where is fake Carrie? I know you're out there. Come on. Maybe you changed your name. I don't know where you are, but you're there. And we have a hello to Cindy. How do you cook your bacon? I think homemade is much different than store-bought. The bottle will explode. Yes, because it's building pressure. That is correct. All right, I will get caught up with these eventually. Dr. Barry's using AI as a coaching tool for his business. Well, there you go. There's no way that one person can do all that. That's why you do not want to have one person as the authority. You want to have all of us doing this. That way it's impossible to knock it out. What fruit I eat? Carnivore, I eat bacon fruit. There you go. I saw a video. It's a year old. She cooked in just enough water. Okay, so we're talking about the bacon. And let's see. Oh, I'm getting there. AI shorts lady for many. I've noticed a lot more AI shorts lately for many of the influencers. And guess who's never going to have AI shorts? This guy. But I'm not an influencer. And water evaporated. Yeah, very soft and crispy at the same time. Yes. Wonder how much would this AI stretch? Hello. Okay. Brian is my husband. Okay, Cindy. I don't think I've seen him, but at least now I know who Brian is. I must have a chuck roast in the crock. I have a chuck roast in the crock pot. Nice. That's good. That sounds so cool. Yes. Could you use bacon fat? Of course. Of course. That's how I do it. When I cook bacon, I cook it in lard, which is basically pork fat. I haven't cooked all week. People keep bringing us duck food, so it's been pretty weird. All the gift food is finally gone, so back on track I go. But free food was nice. Well, people give me free duck food too, but I won't eat it. There's no way that I'm going to eat stuff like bread and pasta. Yeah. You know where it goes? Right to the canal. I take it to the canal and I quack it up, and that's it. Okay, it did kind of gum off the pan a little bit more. So we're talking about the bacon. And BK Belgian Carnivore says, good morning, Rick and Milton and Miss Kitty. And the Saturday Quack team. Well, good morning. I am so happy that you have dropped in. It's after 9, so let's see. I didn't pour grease into the sink. All the leftover bacon fat, I make soap out of it. I wonder if I'm the shortest in the live stream. I'm 5'2". What do we know about Scientology? Probably a lot more than we need to. That part can taste yummy. Science is faith. Faith in science. Okay. It was Dave Scientology because scamatology was too much on the nose. All right. During the ice of January, I've resorted to making bacon for my German Shepherd dogs in the dehydrator. Okay, well, that's good. That's one way to keep the doggies happy. And I ate it. Many of us are wonderful. Anomalies. No alcohol, drugs, meds, or junk food. That's me. That's me. Is it cold there? No, it is not cold. It is in the 60s. But it's supposed to get cold. There's supposed to be a cold front. It's supposed to rain, although it was supposed to rain by now, but it's sunny right now. So I don't know what's going on. I've never had kefir. Well, you should try it. You can buy it and try it. Heart attack doctor's visit. Yes. You can get the test online for cholesterol. No doctor needed. Okay, well, whatever. When I was 28, they told me I had the highest cholesterol of any 28-year-old they've ever seen, and I would have heart disease by 55. Well, I'll be 58 soon, and I don't know. I guess I have a heart attack every day, so that counts. I'm off, getting a late night. All fingers crossed. Can sleep every sound. I'm looking too tired night. Oh, well, good night, Josephine. I hope you can get some sleep. And let's see. I want to grow up and be like Rick. Choice being not going to the doctor. Well, okay. I guess, if you had a doctor like Dr. Chafee or somebody like that, you'd probably want to go to the doctor. I'm sure a lot of gals, they had a doctor that looked like that. Or the other one they seem to like is Dr. Abs because he has a cute face and, smooth talking. So I'm sure there's a few of those carnivore doctors out there that the women would definitely want to go to. They go to the doctor and, what is it when they were kids, you try to get your hands on the girls and you play doctor. Well, that would be the same kind of thing. They go to the doctor, except they want to be the patient. No one donate for Rick blood work yet. I think his LDL will be over 9,000. Tell the doctor about his heart attack diet. It should be filmed. Well, maybe one of these days. We'll see. I hope Miss Kitty liked her food. Yes, she ate it up. She gobbled it up quick. In fact, I haven't fed her this morning. I haven't seen her, but hopefully she's not being mated with that other cat. Totally agree with having plenty of carnivore coaches to choose from. Yes, that way it'll help knock out the scammers. The more legitimate carnivore coaches we have, the harder it will be for the scammers to take advantage of people. I bet doctors won't even believe. Well, this is why I make the videos. The more people that meet me in person and see that I'm a real individual, that's good. AI is a shortcut that got old real fast. Yes, it did. Cindy, come on our Sunday afternoon live stream. I do these weekly with my husband. Yes, you just have to send me the invitation and I'll be there. Don't you worry. Good morning, Rick, and all the carnivores. Well, good morning, Larry. Good to see you again. And by the way, Cindy, didn't you already interview me? Or I could be wrong. Okay, I cooked my bacon in fat and frying pan. Yummy. Made a good old meatloaf today. Yes, I'm the same height as you, 5'2". Hot bacon, fresh out of the dehydrator. All right, well, there you go. I don't really eat bacon that often. I've had people send it to me, but I really don't buy it. But I eat it when I have it. Other than that, I don't worry. I usually eat pork, like pork shoulder, because I get that cheap and I cut it in chunks of meat and just boil it in water, and that's it. I made someone laugh today. Mission accomplished. There you go, BRB bathroom. That's so cool. I'm hoping I get a lecture about my cholesterol. It'll be hysterical. Short woman, appropriate for me. I'm 5'6". Well, there you go. See, you wouldn't want to have the gal that I want, which is a gal that looks like Dr. Baker with the blonde hair. You know, that'd be my girlfriend. That way nobody else will mess with her. Be like, oh, are you hitting on my girl? Go ahead. You're welcome to. She's got giant muscles, you know, and it's like, no thanks. I'll hit on that pretty gal over there. I'm not going to mess with her. Okay, they'll give me statins. I'll say thank you, and I'll never fill out the script. There you go. Could you please tell me how you go making your soap? Robbie Autry. I'm going to have to make a video on that. Now, this is going to be the perfect time to do it because it's going to be so cold. I got a pile of yard trash I need to burn. So I'm thinking maybe tomorrow or maybe today. I don't know. I got this bobcat thing I'm trying to finish, but maybe tomorrow I'm going to light up that fire and I'm going to burn all the dead wood that I have around the yard. I'm going to collect the ashes and I'm going to show you how I make soap using wood ashes and used lard and tallow. There's a better word out there for short. Diminutive. There you go. Rick, get Carrie to go with you. To go with me where? Carrie doesn't go with me anywhere. I think Carrie's afraid of me, honestly. Although he's nice to me in person. But I think when he sees me, he probably says, uh-oh, here comes Rick. But if Carrie wants to go somewhere, I'm with you, Carrie. I would go to the doctor if they're carnivore, ketovore, man or woman. The ones I met are clueless and out of shape. And that's the other thing. The last time I went to the doctor, he was so fat and ugly and breathing hard. And I'm telling people, if you can't speak at a relatively fast pace without breathing hard, you are unhealthy. Yes, you are unhealthy. And I cannot deal with that. Yes, I did, Rick. I mean to join us in the chat. There you go. I can only do acupuncture once a month for emphysema. Yes, but although you have emphysema, you're still going, and that's good. I'm not cooking anything for 18 hours. And Venetian Cat says, Rick, you would like the girls from Ultimate Warrior. They were ripped and really tall. What is Ultimate Warrior? Sounds cute, though. But those kind of gals wouldn't want me. They only date bodybuilder guys, I think. Whatever. Hey, ripped, tall, blonde. That's good. Dark-haired's good, too. I'm not saying I don't discriminate. But the thing is, I'm just not into the whole Miami woman. The Miami woman with the Brazilian butt lift, obese, unattractive, very ethnic looking. Nope. No. That's not my type. I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm just saying I'm not attracted to them at all. It's just the way I am. Everyone has the right to like what they like. Okay. Make a video of the soap. I'm going to. In fact, like I said, I'm glad you reminded me because if I can just get this Bobcat drive motor apart, which I'm going to try to do today after the live stream, I'm going to build a fire. Maybe tonight or tomorrow, I'm going to build a fire right in my barbecue pit. I'll keep the burgers out in case the neighbors call the fire department again. And then I'm going to make enough ashes where I can make the wood soap. All the soap that I use is homemade. I used to be able to buy sodium hydroxide, but the government sort of regulated that out of existence, so we'll see. To the doctor's Rick. That would be a great video for Carrie Mann, and he doesn't need to do a clickbait. Title, Man Has Blood Work After 40 Years. Well, let's see. I may see Carrie on next weekend. I don't know. But Carrie doesn't really communicate with me that often, but it would be interesting. Somehow he's avoided interviewing me directly all these years, so it would definitely be, it wouldn't be clickbait, that's for sure. I think I caught up with the comments. Look at that. I think I caught up. And by the way, out of all the live streams, who is the only person, and I mean the only person, who catches every single comment that passes through YouTube? Ultimate Warrior was a TV show where ripped tall ladies competed in obstacle courses, popular in the 90s and early 2000s, maybe called Ultimate Gladiators. That sounds interesting. I'm sure most of my friends would be horrified if women like that, I don't care. I'm not afraid of the gals. If they're strong, I like them better because there's no excuse. Oh, I can't do that. I'm too weak. Next thing you know, you got a girlfriend that's flipping tractor tires in your backyard. I'm like, yes. Now the next time I got to change tires on the Bobcat, I got help. Yep. Oh, I need to work on the roof. Hand me that roofing paper. And your girlfriend or wife, here you go. Puts it up to you, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with gals being strong. Definitely. It's like being on the farm. You don't want a glamour girl with the high heels and, the tight clothes and all that and all the makeup. Then the first time that you go outside and it's hot, all the makeup runs down because they're sweating and they go out, all these movies where they have a plane crash or they have a disaster and the women get their high heels and they get stuck, in the ground. And no. You got your gal with the work boots and, she's strong enough. And if somebody tries to attack your home, she'll help you defend it. It's like, okay, not only is she a good shot, but she could, crush the enemy. And that's good. So we want our women to be nice people, but also as strong as possible. And although not independent-minded would be kind of nice. It depends. Again, I always tell everybody, if I was going to create the perfect girlfriend, I would just take myself and make it female. That's it. You take Rick, put some blonde hair, make it female. That's Rick's girlfriend. That's perfect. That's not an opposite. Opposites do not attract in my case. Same would attract. So let's see. You got a 6'6" guy and a 6'6" girlfriend. What kind of kids would you have? That could be scary. Can you imagine a couple of kids, maybe a son and daughter, going out to the canal? Hey, mommy. Hey, daddy. What's for dinner? I don't know. Let's go to the canal. Here, ducky, ducky, ducky. Come here, ducky. Oh, look, an iguana. Come home. Next thing you know, you see feathers all around the yard. You smell the iguana cooking. I must be near Rick's house. I fasted nearly 5 days this week. Fasting has been helping me. Yes. Doctor once told me I needed to lose weight. Yes, I was a little overweight, but he was obviously obese. And again, that is hypocritical. And Peter Papa Carnivore has returned without the pretzels. Hi, Julia. Are your knees healed up yet? And hi, Annabella. And Rick. Yes. Love you, Rick, and Milton, of course. Well, I love you, too. I think that's great. And I'm sure Milton does. Milton loves everybody, especially if he can grab a hold of him with his little paws. All right, let's see. Oh, wow, look at all these comments. They're coming in fast. I really admired those ladies, gladiatrixes. Hi, Tammy, Carnival Ladies. Hi, Peter. There is a prominent social... Yeah, Florida Skyliners remind me. I'm familiar with them. I remember. And I knew a couple of people from there, but it was a very limited group. But yes, and in Miami, it's an even more limited group. You remember MXC, Most Extreme Challenge, a Japanese obstacle course with very ordinary workplace teams that would actually take a beating and was silly overdubbing. I'm sure they have some pretty crazy games over there in Japan. I'm ripped from doing carnivore, but I'm a glamour girl too. Love makeup, waterproof, and dressing up every day. Well, that's good. That's the way it should be. The last thing you want to do is see women like a big blob sitting on the couch. That is not a good thing. No, I would have loved to see that. Hi, dearest. So you're attracted to your twin sister. That's illegal, Rick. TV Carmack, there you go. You remind me more and more of John Lennon. He traveled the world and found a woman to marry who looked exactly like him. That is a good point. I never thought about that. Interesting. Not a woman from Thailand. Nope, not a woman from Thailand. I can tell you that right now. Good morning. Doing fasting. Okay. Oh, good. My first walk in about 5 to 6 months. So I guess your pain is getting a little better. That's great. Having relief is really nice. Now, I'm lucky. I've never had to experience that, but I'm just glad that the diet is helping, and the fasting seems to help a lot of people. For me, it just kills my energy, but for the average person, it seems to work. Today's the last day of January. Yes, it is. It is the last day of January. Will, have you seen Paradoxica yet? Epic cat movies. Never heard of it. Most extreme elimination challenge. It is toilet humor. Well, there you go. Tall clubs do meetups, at least 6'2", and women at least 5'10". More informal South Florida group called the All Tall, No Small Social Club. Well, there you go. What was that other show called? What do I hear? Oh, okay. Look at that. Sorry about that. I heard thunder. I think we're actually going to get a cold front. This is going to be interesting. I made sure the buckets were empty where the old roof leaks were. Okay, let me see. What is this called? What was this show called? Ultimate Warrior. I gotta look this up. What is Ultimate Warrior? Hold on. I'm going to fix this. Give me a chance. Okay, that should work. Now let me see if I can get this thing to turn on. I don't have. Oh, here we go. Milton. All right. I have no display. Why is the display not working? All right, let me go ahead and see if I can adjust this. It's plugged in. It's not working. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. It helps if you turn the TV on. Okay, that's much better. When Milton decided to step on the remote, as you can see over here, this is the remote for my stereo. All right, now it's working. Now it is working. There we go. And we have some background from where, I don't know. Let me go ahead and move this over here. There we go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to open up. All right, let me see something here. All right. Okay, I remember the wrestler. Okay, I don't remember a TV show by that name. Let me see what it was. Okay, what was this show called? I will find it. I will find it. Ultimate Warrior was a TV show. Ripped tall ladies. Okay. Ultimate Gladiators. That's the other name. All right, let's try that. Let's try that. All right, let me go over here. Okay. Oh, I see. So there was a TV show name. I never even saw that. How did I not see that? Okay. Hmm. Huh. Oh, well. Huh. Well, I can't find TV show Ultimate Gladiators Season 1. Well, they have American Gladiators, Ultimate Gladiators. 1992. Okay. Huh. Let's see. Hmm. All right. Oh, yeah. So I guess it did exist. 90s. Well, how did I miss this? Wow. Yep. That gal is kind of pretty, that's for sure. Interesting. Not tall, but whatever. Huh. Very interesting. So it did exist. Huh. That's crazy. Well, I learned something new. That's what I get for that. All right, what's going on here? I don't recognize that number. Let me turn this off. I have no idea why in the world this is running. Let me see. Storage. What am I doing here? Okay. Let me just. Oh, I see. We'll just turn that off. All right. So hopefully there will be no more issues, but we do the best we can, right? Anyway, let me go back over here and locate the chat. There it is. All right. Rick could start a Carnivore Tall Club chapter. Well, there wouldn't be too many people in it. There might just be one, maybe a couple. What is defined as tall? He said it's 6'2" or taller. I would say anything over 6 feet would be tall. See how many people we can get in the Carnivore Tall Club. There's several people in our carnivore group, so the more the better. Okay, we need Nipah virus vaccine soon. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that one. Is it raining? Oh. Paradoxica takes regular movies, Godfather, Scarface, using AI animation using cats. Okay. It's my understanding. Fasting help. Speaking of cats, Milton. You got playful Milton. Look at that cute little Milton. Hey, Milton. Come here, Milton. Boy, as soon as I go up to Milton, he starts backing up. It's like, I don't want to be on camera. I don't want people to see me. Well, Milton, you don't have a choice. When you're living with the YouTuber, especially a quack, oh, look at Milton stretching. He's so cute. Oh, what a cute little kitten you are. You are such a silly pet. What a cute cat. Up. Now he just took off. He heard something. Okay, it was American Gladiators. Oh, yes. I've seen that show. I know the one you're talking about. But you're right. They did have some pretty gals on the American Gladiators show. That is very true. Yes. Okay. Very interesting. All right. Okay. Huh. Now, ironically, the real life gladiators were basically duck food eaters that they would want to get rid of by having pointless fights. So that's kind of a sad name. Duck food is never an option. I think even if you're starving, I would stay away from the duck food. I mean, you could eat the fruits and the occasional vegetables because those are not 100% duck food. I consider duck food to be seeds and any raw plant material. I call that duck food. Of course, duck food also includes bugs. So I don't know what bugs are carnivore or not. It's hard to say. But ducks are not vegetarian. Let me put it to you that way. Anyway. All right, let me go back over here and see. I saw in a study Bible years ago, fasting is intended to deprive the flesh of what it desires. Yeah, I guess. I think we desire to survive, so eating is important. And you can only fast so long. Now, a person who is overweight, person who has a lot of body fat, is going to do a lot better in a fast than somebody like me who's never had more than 15% body fat in his life. So everybody is a little bit different. Attention you want. Yeah, dreading Bible make you last more. Okay. Still hungry after eating a big chunk of cheese. Half a pack of bacon. Going to boil 2 hot dogs and an egg. Well, there you go. I pray constantly when I'm fasting. That's it. It all adds up then. You will laugh a lot. Okay, you're talking about that where they replace movie actors with AI cats. I believe your intention is genuine. When fasting, it will happen. And look, speaking of lizards, here's Liz. Black Box Warning TV. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. I'm glad that you are here. I think I was competing with your live because I believe you said you would have a live at 8. I would have stopped my live, but I don't want to let my viewers down. I try to defer to other people when they have a live. So if you want to have a live on Saturday, let me know. Now, if you're starting at 8 like I am, I'm not going to defer to you because it's sort of a regular thing. I like to be here so people can wake up. But after that, after 11, I call it all fair game. I mean, 3 hours is plenty for me. I only go once a week. So it's already 10. After 11, you want to do a live stream, you just tell me and I will say, hey, let's all go over to such and such's live stream. I'll put it on my big screen and I'll do some work. I don't mind. I don't have to be here all the time. I don't get money out of this. I mean, people send me stuff once in a while, but it's not my job. I do this because it's a way of socializing. And when I socialize in person, I'm not the only one talking. All kinds of people are talking. It's like we were making a joke. I think it was on Mitch's live stream that next weekend there'll be people speaking at Dr. Kiltz's get-together. I said, well, I thought everybody would be speaking. Yeah, I think so. I don't think anyone is muted. But they always have certain people that get up there and they tell their story. And I guess that's part of the culture that goes with it. Try to breed a little celebrity culture. But for me, we don't do no celebrity culture. I consider us all to be equal in the world of the carnivore lifestyle. Even if you eat some non-carnivore foods, if you're still mostly meat, you're still carnivore in my book. I'm not going to tell you not to. I'm not going to tell you that you don't need to eat one single carbohydrate ever, or plants are trying to kill you, or any of those things. It's not my job. I'm just telling you what I do. Just because of the fact that I don't eat plants very often doesn't mean that everybody has to be like this. In fact, I grew up in Miami. Miami has a history. Of course, now the only thing they grow is apartments. But when I was a kid, we used to share fruits and vegetables. Everybody would share fruit trees, and they would share tips on how to grow fruit. I mean, there's just a lot to it. So, I don't know. I could be wrong. I probably am. Fasting helps with breakthrough. There you go. Some people fast to cure cancer. And we actually have several people. I know Carrie made friends with Russ's friend, Russ Mitchell. His name was Jeff DeProsperous, and he was very prominent, and he will be in Carrie's movie. We'll get to get a closer look at what he was doing. I think it was a very inspiring story. Now, he didn't succeed. He failed, but he did bring attention to the cause, And I think that his quality of life was improved greatly, and he's an inspiration to his family. And I think in many ways, like his wife and kids, although they're sad that he's gone, I'm sure they can get inspiration from the way that he took on the problem. And he didn't just give up. He said, well, I'm going to do nothing. But if you want to see someone who had cancer and won the fight, at least for now, our friend DC David, you know who he is? I consider him to be the ultimate when it comes to fighting cancer, winning, and he's still out there making videos, and he's still an inspiration to a lot of people. And again, he's also friends with my other big inspiration, who you know is Jonathan Griffiths, carnivore muscle, lots of health issues, lots of challenges, still going at it. Isn't it great where you can choose? Am I going to give up, and am I going to have everyone feel sorry for me, or am I going to go out there and do the best that I can? And, you know, I'm not going to cure my problem, but I'm going to live with it in a way that other people are going to be impressed, like I am. I'm impressed by people who got results, and that's it. But yes, some people do fast to cure cancer, and that's great. Okay, very interesting. When most people get flu, they don't. No, that is not true. When people get flu, they automatically want to fast. That is not true. When I get the flu, my appetite goes up. Unless I get the stomach virus, in which case I still have an appetite, but then I'll end up throwing up. No, my appetite goes up when I get the flu. And I usually get a craving for liver. That seems to be my thing when I get the flu. What was that? If I go offline, that's because of the weather, then I'll try to get back on. But if I don't, I'll catch you on the next one. Right, I remember now. Okay. Pastor Vlad from Hungary Generation Church, a great video about fasting. Okay. Must have had that for about 8 days. I came out looking better. Well, there you go. We're superstars and worth a lot of money. They were highly trained. Well, hopefully they weren't feeding him duck food. That's for sure. Great morning, everyone. A whopping 10 degrees. Well, Michael, you got it there. We'll be getting into the 30s, hopefully, tonight. I'm not going to do any fasting, but I'm now only eating twice a day. I am thin enough. Yes, I know. And we love you. Okay, up, jumped ahead. All right. We don't want to do that. Everyone does that if they get the flu, even me. I fasted 2 days when I get the flu. Okay. Intermittent fasting, 2 to 3 meals a day. Well, is that really fasting? I mean, I eat 3 meals a day, but I don't eat between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. So, first time I ate yogurt. Huh. Okay. Last time I got flu, first time I ate yogurt. You're all good. You can't delay the quack report. It needs to start 8. That is correct. I agree with that. I can walk around with a tucked-in T-shirt if I wanted to. Well, there you go. See? Nice. It was homemade yogurt. 2 days, flu but mild. Okay. So hopefully it helped you get better. If you're only here for 3 hours, I feel swindled. Well, there you go. Not everyone has to fast, sweetheart. That is correct. I'm one of them that doesn't. And good night, everyone. Love you all so much. Well, good night. I'm glad that you took some time out here, and we're always glad to see you. I'm work all day. I'm working like wild slave. There's plenty of fasting. Yes. And let's see. All right. So, good night, Bella. Yes. Good night, and please sleep safely. David has a beautiful heart and inspiration. Yes. And I'm glad that you are familiar. DC is right up there with Lee Kopus, Ken Carnivore. And if you don't know who Lee Kopus is, he's the one that lost his entire colon because the medical system could not figure out that it was plant material that was destroying his health. And he continued to eat the plants until his colon went bye-bye. But the poor guy has to live the rest of his life with a colostomy bag. But then again, if you look at him, he actually looks pretty good. He's fit. I think he still washes windows. So he's been able to manage. Great inspiration again. Takes a bad situation and goes with it. Love you so much. Yes. And Linda. Hello, Rick and everyone. Well, hello, Linda Flanagan. I am glad that you are here. Yes, we love you. Yes, we do. Oh, nice. And let's see. I mean so much. I've been suffering in so much agony. Okay. To my understanding, gladiators in ancient Rome ate meat. Okay. Well, I'm sure they probably had different classes. They probably had professional ones, and then they had people that they would throw in there as entertainment. So they'd be the ones that get wiped out by the professionals, I guess. We have snow on the ground. I'm very surprised it did anything. Super cool. There you go. I'll try to eat between 11 and 2. Okay. Phil, Grandma, hi, sweetheart. Good night from me. There we go. From Annabella. Fasting is eating a 6 to 8 hour window. That's what I do. Okay. Well, I eat in a 12-hour window, so I guess I'm not intermittent fasting. So far, I've never had the flu. Wow. Never taken a jab. Maybe luck. Could be. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I get the flu about 3 times a year. I do not eat between 11 and 2 times a day. Okay. There we are. We have some good mornings from Cindy, and I have caught up again with the chat. Now, I tell everybody, if Rick can do it, why can't everybody else do it? Now it's time to talk about what I want to talk about. Professional superstar gladiator. Yeah, the ones that they value. I'm sure that's the way it works. And then everybody else, they give them duck food, and they don't care because they're not going to last very long. Maybe once in a while one was able to win a few times, and then they'd join the professional group. It's hard to eat enough in one sitting, so I wait 3 hours and eat again. There you go. I don't worry about fasting. That's not something I worry about. Do I look like I need to lose weight? I only weigh between 195 and 200 pounds, and I'm 6'6". Okay. Last reminder, Google MXC and watch one So Funny. Well, there you go. That's it. You get a chance, you can do that. Anyway, so Live at 8 with Rick pretty much goes on unless there's no power or no internet or whatever. But I think next week, Live at 8 with Rick may not be going on unless I can find a way to live stream from another location, which I don't know. My computer, I mean, I was able to live stream a little bit from the hotel when I was at Hack Your Health. I might be able to live stream. We'll see. But if Live at 8 with Rick doesn't come up, then you know where I am. And Boston Danny says, hi, Rick, and all. Good morning. Well, good morning. I'm glad that you are here. I kind of think eating right is my hobby now. Yes, and we have a good morning to her. Yes, from Holly Springer. Good morning, Cindy. All right. Now, this following weekend, I was able to scrape together my pennies, and I got my bus ticket, although I have no idea how I'm going to get back from Dr. Kiltz's thing. I've been trying to communicate with Alia. We'll see. But Dr. Kiltz said he would take care of it, so we'll see what he comes up with. I'm going to do like he always says. He talks about faith, fasting, and I forget what was the other thing. Whatever. But anyway, I have faith that they will figure out a way for me to get back. Now, there are 2 events. There is one that he's having at his house, which is on Friday. And then there's the ones on Saturday, which is up in Tampa. And I'll be hopefully riding with some of my friends, and we will get there. And I think it's going to be a very interesting week. I had a very positive experience at Hack Your Health. I enjoyed it. And thanks again to Russ Mitchell for making it happen. And I'm hoping that, in fact, I'm pretty confident because the people that are in the community, and I've met some of them in person, are definitely going to make sure that this is an interesting experience. I don't think I'm going to be left in the Everglades to fend for myself, so I'm not going to be taking a knife or bow and arrow with me. I'll just be taking my little 1980s suitcase. I'll put my clothes in there and a few supplies. I'll put my laptop in there and the old phone for camera. I'm going to see if I can get some things there. And but again, I have faith in my carnivore community, just like you guys have stepped up to make this live stream an excellent live stream. Because without you, I would have no live stream. I mean, what would I do? All I would do is just live my normal life. I'd be talking to myself, talking to Milton, and working and doing whatever. But in this case, I'm here sitting on the couch, something I almost never do, for hours, talking to my friends and keep on going. I never run out of things to talk about. So that's really good. I'm really happy about all of you people because all of you people are part of a growing and very, very valuable community. This is not a scam in any way. None of us are scammers. If you're watching my live stream regularly, you are not a scammer. I can guarantee that because I'm the kind of person that drives scammers away. People who are looking to take advantage of others want nothing to do with me. The people that are sincerely trying to do things, they like me. They really do. So I'm very, very excited about what's going to happen this weekend. So I will be here. I'll be eating breakfast around 6 o'clock, between 6 and 6:30. I'll have some meat and eggs. I will walk from my house about half a mile to the bus bench, and I will take the bus from here to the Metro Rail. Then I will take the Metro Rail to the airport. Then I will walk from the airport Metro Rail station to the bus stop where the red bus or red coach or whatever they call the thing picks me up. I will be on the bus for 4 hours going from here to Sarasota. They drop me off at a gas station near a motel. Someone will pick me up either from the group, or Alia will arrange for some type of ride to take me to Dr. Kiltz's house. And then I will be there, and I'm going to help out whatever we can do. I guess this will be like when I set up the barbecue at my friend's house. I'm usually cooking or I'm doing something. They'll find something for me to do. I am a very tall and very active guy, so I'm very versatile. I can do a lot of different things, and we'll get it all set up. And then we get to enjoy a great association with some really great people who have taken the time to go to Dr. Kiltz's house. And I'll get to meet Dr. Kiltz in his own environment. Just like one day, I'm hoping that when I move and I have my new place, I'm going to have my own get-together. The difference is it's going to be free. However, I will ask everyone, if you like, bring some cuts of meat, because what I'm going to try to do when I have my get-together, I'm going to try to purchase an entire cow. And then what I'll do, it's going to be part of the event. We will be able to slaughter the cow, gut it out, and do all of the preparation, but we'll also have a variety of meats that people can eat. So what I want to do is provide like an instruction on how to process your cow, the different cuts of meat. It'll be like like a tutorial or a teaching session. And then we'll have a dinner. We'll have some of the fresh meat. Some people may want some raw meat. We'll have that too. And I'll give everybody a little bit of the meat to take home with them, which will be nice. And then we can sort of have our get together, and maybe if I have the place I want, I'll set up my bowling lanes. We can have some bowling. If I live in the country, maybe we'll get some ATVs. I'll make sure that you sign a release, so if you crash into a tree, you're not going to sue me. But we'll just do all kinds of fun stuff. There'll be a lot to do. It'll be exciting. It'll be in a rural area, I guarantee it. So you're not going to have a fancy sort of city experience. It's going to be more like, well, we're going out to the old Florida. You'll be under the live oak tree, and it'll definitely be in the wintertime, so you won't have to sweat it out. Maybe spring, somewhere around there. And I may even set up a camping area. So if you want to camp, I'll definitely have, most likely, I'll have some cottages, because I want to have at least one guest house. It's like most of my friends that live on farms, they either have a trailer that's a guest house, or they have a separate building. I'll have one of those. And then somebody can stay there. And because if I live in the country, there's not going to be any hotels or motels unless I'm near a small town. But we'll start maybe an annual or semi-annual sort of carnivore get-together until I have a heart attack and die, and then the carnivore get-togethers will stop. But they will be free to enter, and anyone that wishes to donate to the cause will be perfectly able to. We'll have a freezer set up so you can bring the meats if you want to give me some meat or you want to eat some meat, and we're going to make it for everybody. And if you're too poor to stay in a motel, we'll have a camping area, and you can sleep in a tent. And we'll have the bathroom, because my shop, when I build my house, I will have a shop, and it will have a bathroom just like I have here. So if you got to take a bath or take a shower, you can just hit the shop bathroom, and you'll be all set. So you'll get the complete camping carnivore experience at Rick's place, and that'll be great. I'm never going to be doing the high-end get-togethers where we go to a restaurant, because I don't really believe in restaurants. But if anybody else wanted to set up a meetup at a restaurant. Like, for example, while I live here in Miami, if I ever met enough carnivores and I got enough money, we'd have a carnivore meetup at a restaurant maybe. That's fine. But for my meetup, and it is getting dark here. Oh, yeah. There's a pretty big cloud coming in. So I think the cold front is on its way. I'm going to have to make sure that my bobcat parts don't get rained on. I may have to cover that up with a container. I think I have a container out there. So I may have to temporarily leave the live stream, but if I do, I'm going to go ahead and I'll play some music. But anyway, let me catch up with these comments here. Got pulled up on my computer. Good morning. I got to believe if Kilsey says he's going to take care of you, y'all, he'll take care of you. I believe that too. I like Dr. Kiltz, and I think, I mean, he is the longest term carnivore doctor, and he's becoming my favorite of the carnivore doctors. So, yes. Okay, there's the saying. Faith, fasting, and mating. Yes, is what the good doctor says. Now, there's a problem. There's two of those things I don't do, so I guess I'm in big trouble. I do have faith, but I don't fast, and I don't mate. You remember that movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin? Well, have you ever heard of a 60-year-old virgin? That's going to be me. Yes, it is. People tell me, well, if you don't have sex, you're going to die young. Well, that's good. I'd rather die young than old and decrepit. But I have a feeling I'm going to be the next Mitch. You'll see. You'll see. Okay. You are correct. All right, Tammy, good morning. Cold enough for you. Yes. Let's see. Oh, wow, a lot of comments. Wow, that's incredible. CB Carmack, Kiltz will load you on his plane. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. I don't think Kiltz is going to spend all that money to send his jet just to move a quack. Good morning. CB, there we go. Danny, hi. All right. Everyone's saying hi to CB Carmack and Danny. Yes. All right. Yes. The meat-eating movement is a thing. I still think the term carnivore turns a lot of people off. Well, it's up to us to change that. I think it should excite people because it excites me. Hi, Rick. Hi, Milton. Have a great day. Off to a crib. Attorney, cheers. Well, Spanky, good to see you. I see you got a different picture now. Yes. Looking happy. It's just great to see all the Mitch Fits and all the other great people that are here. That is awesome. My freezer went out. I lost about 50 pounds of deer alone, but still have a lot of them in the freezer. Okay. Where did my chats go? Okay. The different cow parts is what really hurt, especially 40 pounds of suet. You got to keep an eye on those freezers. I have a spare freezer. And also, I fix everything. So I keep so many spare parts. The last time that my refrigerator broke, I replaced the compressor. I had it up and running in less than 2 hours. Everywhere I go. In fact, I think I have the old compressor here somewhere. There it is. Where'd it go? Ah, here it is. I hear Milton. Here we go. Here it is. This was the compressor that went out of my newer refrigerator, as you can see. I had this up. I got oil leaking out. Oh, great. It's leaking on my pants. That's nice. Oh, well. I got to wash these anyway. So this is from my refrigerator. I'm going to scrap it. I'll sell that to the scrap guy when I take in the load one of these days. I don't throw that for the general scrap because they pay more for the compressors. So anyway, yeah, I got oil in my pants. Can you imagine that? I'm going to have to get some. I'll get some acetone. I'll clean it off with that. Let me get some acetone. Okay. There we go. Some acetone. There we go. There we go. We got some acetone. All right. Okay. And by the way, these are little dish towels that I use. I also have small versions of this, and I'll disgust all you people, but as you know, I don't use any toilet paper. So what I do, I use soap and water to clean up in the bathroom, and then I use a white towel to dry off. The white towel is then hung up and put on a rack, and I go to the bathroom once a day. So at the end of the week, all these towels are washed in the washing machine separately. They're washed with a little bit of bleach and, but this one is a dish towel, so it's not one of those bathroom towels. I am definitely weird. Let's put it that way. I don't use paper towels. Don't like them. All right, let's see. Get the acetone here. All right, we got the acetone. I'll blow myself up in the process, then you'll know it. You'll see it on. There we go. All right, that's it. Make sure whenever you unscrew the cap, make sure that you screw the cap back on. So if you tip over the acetone container, it doesn't run all over the floor. So, there we go. I have removed the oil stains from my pants using a rag and acetone. Now, I have to make sure that I keep it away from my skin or I'll be burning. Now, acetone is a chemical, but actually our body produces it as part of the ketone process. So it's really not long-term toxic, at least according to my understanding. Now, if you are exposed to something like gasoline, which has benzene in it, that is toxic, cancer-causing, but I find acetone to be one of the better things. And by the way, if you're going to use petroleum, now when I get oil and tar on my hands, I generally use lard. Use lard to get the roofing tar and all that off the asphalt. But if you're going to use a petroleum, don't use gasoline to clean your hands. It's toxic. You're better off using diesel because diesel fuel repels water, so it's almost impossible to absorb in your skin. So I use diesel if I don't have lard available to clean my hands. But I have plenty of bottles of used lard, which is liquid at room temperature because it's gotten too old, and it makes a very effective hand cleaner. You wipe all the grease with the lard, and then you use your homemade soap to wash it off. And look at my hands. I constantly work with grease. I don't use gloves, and look, they don't look bad at all. That's the power of animal fats. Hello, young lady. Cribbage Spanky. Yep. I don't know what cribbage is, but hey, me and a good buddy. There we go. I love to play cribbage. Sounds like something a baby would do in the crib. I feel like I haven't played that in forever. Okay. I'm stuck at work for another 2 hours. Well. All you're thinking for, but now back to Golf Addict. There we go. When do you leave? Okay, so let's see. Wish me luck. There you go. I'm not sure what it is, but Rick will be living the dream. That's my goal. Haven't lived inside a city since 1985. Country living is the only way to go. I agree. The problem is you live in the country and they build a city around you. That's the problem. This stupid city crap, I'm just tired of it. I'm down for camping. I grew up like that. Well, there you go. See? That'll be a great meetup. It'll be a unique one. It's sort of like the idea the Carnivore Kip had, except it'll be at my place. I invite my friends over. I just got to make sure nobody sues me and I will be fine. But then again, no one's going to come over to my place unless they actually like me. At least that's the way I feel. Okay, eating really early in the morning and not again until 4:30 or 5. Okay, well, that works. I could bring my dirt bikes. That's right. I'm sure there'd be some trails wherever I live. And I'll have my 6-wheel ATVs. Hopefully I'll be in Florida. I'll have some swamp. Those things are a lot of fun. If you've never had a 6-wheel ATV, they float. Very interesting off-road vehicle. I would totally get together. Sounds so fun. It would be. It would definitely be fun. Everything from bowling to ATVing. You'd never get bored. I do sometimes do. First meal 11 a.m. See how that goes. idea. You should start an additional video series dedicated to ranting while mad and call it Rick and Leafing Talk. Well, I am going to start another YouTube channel when I start posting the edited videos, so that way maybe we'll see if YouTube will monetize it, but who knows. Whatever works. I like my 2 meals, though. Like you said, hard to eat it all in one meal, yes. Sex is not for everyone, as long as you're peaceful and happy. Yes, it is. I agree with that because I have no desire. There is no gal out there that makes me so excited that I'm going to do like Mitch says and have a pup tent. It just doesn't work that way. Oh my goodness. TMI. Well, I give you all the real details. That's the way it is. Excellent hygiene, yes. Pushing around feces with a piece of paper is not what I call hygiene. It's disgusting. Using soap and water, and lots of water. Look, when you touch something with your hands, do you just wipe it with paper and say, okay, my hands are clean? No. You wash your hands with soap and water and then you dry them off. That's what I do. I take a poop once a day. And after I do it, I use soap and water. I have a special little bin that has ground up soap. So what I do, I got a grater. In fact, I'll show you that too. I actually have a grater that I use. So let me get that. I'll be right back. It's right here in the bathroom. Okay. No Milton, huh? There's no Milton here. All right. Okay. Here's the way that it works. Oh no. Look at who has joined. Look at that. Hello, Milton. Come here, Milton. Oh, yes. Look at that beautiful black menace. Oh, so cute. Look at that pretty face. Oh, he's gorgeous. You going to attack, you cute little thing? Look at that beautiful black menace. He's black. Deadly. I love Milton. Yes, I do. He's a cute little Milton. There you go. See, Milton eventually comes in, and you have food. I gave you meat. Anyway, this is what I use. Now, you can see it's got these little holes in it. So what you do, you take your soap bar. There's a little dish. You go like that with the soap. You get a few bits of soap in there. After you do your business, you spray your end with water. Then you put the soap in your hand and you reach down there and you wash it off. Then you take the hose and you hose down the soap. Then you take your cloth and you dry yourself off very, very well. All right. Then before you leave the bathroom, you take the same soap bar and you wash your hands, wash it all down like that. That's it. Now tell me where that's disgusting. But yes, excellent hygiene. Won't the acetone bleach your pants? No. These are cotton. Everything I wear is basically cotton. Now, if you're using polyester or any kind of synthetic fabric, the acetone will melt your clothes. And this is one of the ways that I know that all my fibers are natural. The same thing with mild acids. Mild acids, such as vinegar, they will destroy nylon and rayon and other fabrics. And this is one of the reasons why, if I wear underwear that's not cotton, it will disintegrate very quickly. But if it's cotton, it lasts a long time. Okay. I bought eggs on sale, maybe too many. Now I have to make sure to eat them all. Don't worry, you will. I don't like wasting food. I don't think I've ever had that. Yes. Didn't you say you use... Yes, I use lard and tallow in my hair every single day. I was told when I was a kid it would make my hair fall out. Well, they lied. Look at this. It's better than Brill cream. The Brill cream, a little dab will do you. This, I use plenty of it. I load it up with lard. I wash my hair every single day with homemade soap. I sweat a lot and I get dirty. I'm always working in dirty areas, so I have to wash my hair every day. I wash at least once a day, and sometimes I take 2 showers a day, sometimes 3 showers a day. You try living in Florida and working outside. It is not fun. But on the other hand, my skin is fine. I don't get dry skin. I don't have any problems. Well, it's getting kind of windy out there, but it hasn't rained yet. I wonder if it will rain at all. Okay. "72-hour egg fast." There we go. Trying to buy you a coffee, but it isn't working. Huh. Okay. I guess I've got another issue. I had somebody buy me a coffee a while ago. Buy me a coffee. Yeah, I had one sent, but that was at 8:43. Ah, technology. Good idea, Tammy. How many times can you use the leftover beef burger fat after making heart attack chicken? I use the same twice. Back where you can clean it with baking soda. Well, you can. You can clean it with baking soda, although it's not necessary. I continue to use the beef tallow until it gets soft. Once the beef tallow is soft in the refrigerator, it goes to be used as soap and hand cleaner. But yes, you can clean it with baking soda because that will remove the unsaturated fats that have been broken down by heat. Yes, you can definitely do that. I've used it 10 times. It all depends on how hot you cook. If you cook really hot, you're going to break it down 2 or 3 times is no good. You cook at a little bit lower temperature, it'll definitely last a lot longer. Can you post "buy me a coffee" in the chat? Yes, I can. I will do that. Not a problem. All right, let me eliminate this while I'm at it. Okay. And let me go ahead and... Does anyone know when his kilts meet up? It is this Friday at his house and this Saturday at the location. I'm sure you can find it on his website. I need to look for that. Somebody could probably send that. Let me go ahead and get... where is that? I'll get it. Oh, here we go. Right. Oh, well, I've got... Okay, let's see. Oh, yes. Buy me a coffee. All right. Let's see. There we go. I will put that in the chat. Right here. And let me see if I can... Does this work? There we go. And I will pin this as well, but I can't see it. Why is it not coming up? Okay. Well, I'll have to go to another view. Okay, that's not a problem. I'll just open another window. What can I do? All right. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. Okay. That's it. All right. So let me go ahead and get that going. Okay. There we are. And it does look like rain, but for some reason I just can't get it. It's not raining. Let me see. I will find it. It's here somewhere. There we go. All right. Okay. Good. So let's see. Where did that go? Oh, there we are. we'll just pin this. Boom. All right. So that is there whenever you need it. All right, so let me get back to the comments. I'm falling behind. I don't fall behind that often, but let me see if wow, I fell way behind. Okay, so I did, that's done. And there's Milton. Yes, Milton was here. All right, so we have Tampa, 4 Points, Sheraton, February 7th, open 9 a.m. That is it. I used to have a bidet, but still use toilet paper to dry the old starfish off. Well, there you go. I use the cloths because I don't want to waste toilet paper. And besides, you probably know my toilet is not actually connected to the sewer system. I'm sure somebody can tell you where the toilet goes to. Yep. I have one of those vacuum toilet things, and it goes to a tank outside, along with a ton of pet waste and grass clippings and other goodies, and I use it to make cooking gas. And I've been making my own cooking gas for over 20 years. And I'll continue to do that when I move to the country, because everyone says, well, if you move to the country, you won't have natural gas. I said, look, I can have natural gas. As long as there's animals and plants, I got natural gas. Let me tell you, lots of natural gas. But then again, it's like that thing they had for the Flatula backfire car. Ah, B. Benno is here. Hi from Slovenia. Great to have you here, as always. I love having the regulars. Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's not too cold over there. Do you cut your own hair? It looks great. Well, thank you. Yes, I always cut my own hair. In fact, I just cut my hair a couple of weeks ago. I do it about every 2 months. And people say, well, how do you get the back of it? Well, electrical tape and a mirror. I take electrical tape, I stretch it around my head, and then I hold up a mirror, and I got a mirror behind me, and I take the trimmer and just cut it down. That's how I do it. But yes, I cut my own hair. I've never been to a barber in my entire life. My dad used to cut my hair, and when I got older, I started doing it myself. I hate washing my hair. It seems like a chore. Well, I do it every day. I work with a lot of dirt, sweat a lot, so we're cleaning that thing every single day. I'm the same. It's probably me doing something wrong. Rick, perhaps pin the regular link to buy me a coffee instead of the QR code. Yes, that QR code works for my phone. My hair is on the short side. Why is that? Ah, Dustin's here. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning, Dustin. Glad to see you here. And again, Dustin always has live stream Sunday morning, 7:30, and I believe the other one is what, Tuesday or Wednesday? I know it just pops up when I happen to see it. So, Dustin is here. Glad to see you again. There's my link. And we have another YouTube celebrity. We have Tim, Odd Fitness, Tim Brennan, the blonde bombshell himself. I hope you're not getting frozen out by the weather over there. I can't imagine you riding a bike through the snow, but hey, you're a pretty tough guy. You'd probably do it. The ice would be the real challenge. Trying to ride a bike on ice, that you'd probably be pedaling and the wheels spinning and you're trying to keep your balance. That'd be kind of funny. I've never tried that. And Tim says, hello, Mr. Rick. And Rick says, hello, Mr. Tim. I have to download that app. Let's see. Kurt Cobain, Nirvana said the secret to having cool hair is just don't wash it. Well, I disagree with that. I disagree with that 100%. I wash my hair every single day. Now, there's a difference between me and the average person. If the average person washes their hair every day, it's going to be dry, brittle, and nasty. But when you load your hair with lard and tallow, you can wash it as much as you want. And look, I may be a quack. I may not have the best body. I may not be the healthiest person in the world, but let me tell you something. There is no other 57-year-old, and I mean none, that can beat me when it comes to my hair. My hair is my greatest asset, and I think it's awesome. I've never seen anybody my age that has better hair, and I've had the same hair since I was a kid. My hairline is almost exactly the same. In fact, I have a picture of me from junior high in 1983 that I show all the time. It is over here. It hangs on my wall. This is a picture of me before I went to the 1950s style. Look at that. What do you think? Yeah, I look a little older and scarier now, but this was me at age 14 years old. And this is me at 57, soon to be 58. Not bad. Not bad at all. This is me from a different angle. They took like 2 different angles when they did it. You can see the similarity. Look at that. See the eyebrows? Still thick. Now you'll notice as a kid, you can see that my face was a little bit more friendly looking. Now that I'm older, people tell me I look like some kind of a caveman. Look at the hairline. Almost the same. And see how my teeth were more, this is before my tooth got broken in a fight. No, actually this was after. The dentist fixed it. See, they were bigger. Now look at them. We change with age. I think I look better now than I did back then. That's just my opinion. But everybody else I know my age just does not look better than when they were younger. In fact, everybody that I know that I've known since high school look better in high school than they do now. And I think this was me in junior high. This is me now. So you can criticize a lot of things about me, but you can't criticize my hair. That's one of those things that I'm really happy about. And Tim says hello, and I say hello back. Mine is longer. Haven't cut it in a while. There you go. All right, let's see. All right, and Boston Danny, LOL. You shouldn't have to download anything, right? It is a pain. Okay. I also took black and whites in a khaki trench coat and looked like a straitjacket. So I should wash my hair. It's up to you. I have a live today at 11 a.m. Oh. Don't have them on Saturdays. Well, maybe we're going to have to end this one early because it is the official policy on Live at 8 with Rick that all my carnivore friends, if you have a live stream and you announce it and it's after 11, so let's see if we can transition over. We'll do our live stream as long as it goes. And then at 11, we're going to transition over to Dustin, Keto Simple. And if you're not familiar with his channel, what are you waiting for? Sorry I haven't been on chats lately. Been very busy and going with a couple friends to Boulder City. Antiquing soon. Okay. I do my antiquing from the trash pile. And Rick is the oldest teenager in the world. That's what they used to say about Dick Clark. They said that for many years until eventually he had a stroke and had issues. But hopefully this guy will not have a stroke. I'll have a heart attack and I'll just drop dead. That's it. We all look older and scarier. Well, it's only a matter of time. My time hasn't come yet. It will if I live long enough. Of course, if I have a heart attack, yeah, maybe I will die young looking. Okay, looking good, Rick. Well, thank you, Tammy. I agree. Looking good, Rick. And hi, Rick from Carnivore Farm Mom. Well, hello. Glad that you are here. Please get the word out. Bill Knott is asking for prayers. His foot is so bad, he went to the ER. They did nothing. That doesn't surprise me. I used to take my mom to the ER. You have to really, it's ridiculous. They don't do anything. Not even a bandage or crutches. He is worried. Pray, please. Yes. And if you're not familiar with who Bill Knott is, he's sort of like the centerpiece of Carrie's Healing Humanity. The man that was basically at the end of his life and out of desperation contacted Carrie Mann. And Carrie took the time and he decided he was going to make it. He took it into his heart. I'm going to help this guy out. Not only did Carrie inspire him to start the carnivore diet, Carrie also traveled to Alaska. And it wasn't like, I'm going to travel to see Rick, who lives in Miami. Miami's no big deal. Going to Alaska, that's a big deal. You can't just really, I guess you could drive there, but you got to fly there. And then he's into like a remote, Wasilla, Alaska, a remote place. So in the most remote place you could ever imagine, and Carrie Mann, and I believe, he took his daughter there. I don't remember if Jen was there, but they went on a trip all the way over there to film Bill, help him out. Also, Dr. Chafee, who is another great carnivore doctor, has taken a personal interest in Bill Knott, and I hope Dr. Chafee is aware of what's going on with Bill Knott. But yes, it doesn't surprise me that the medical system just doesn't care Not a bandage or crutches. He is worried. So, yes, if Bill Knott is asking for prayers, give Bill Knott the prayers, and hopefully somebody will do something for the poor guy. He's come too far to have something like this derail him. And Bill Knott is not one of those, what you would call fair weather carnivores. He's serious about the diet. He hasn't cheated. He doesn't mess around. He's not one of those that says, oh, well, maybe I'll have some duck food now. No. And another thing for Bill Knott, just like Rick, he also has a feline companion. Although Daisy is practically the opposite of Milton. Milton is a mischievous little carnivore, kind of like his owner, I think. Milton is so funny. He's always looking for a way to do something. Daisy seems to be more relaxed, more like a lap cat. I wonder if cats do take on the personality of their friends and owners. But anyway, thanks, Jamette. And we're going to keep Bill Knott in mind. And Carnivore Farm Mom says, good morning, everyone. And I say good morning. Bill is a tough guy. I hate that he is going through that. Yes. What is up? Okay. Let's see. Sorry about your mom. You're in my prayers, Terry Girl. That is ghetto speak. Kid cuddles, sipping cream and butter, coffee. Soon to be in the kitchen to clean, cook up some meat and eggs. Awesome. I see. There we go. I'm sure you're several hours behind us. How are you, DS111? I'm not going to give up. That's right. Never give up. I'm back. Got my business checking. Need to go get a P.O. box. Yes. Sounds like you're getting all set up for your business. All right. And I've caught up again with the chat. Now, Dustin of Keto Simple said that he's going to have a live at 11. So we're going to start transitioning this. Let's see. Bill Knott and Daisy, please check it out. Rick, do you have a link to share? Yes. He's most worried about Daisy. Let me see if I'm subscribed to Bill Knott's channel. Let me see if I can post the link here for you. That's the least that I can try to do here. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. Oh, this list is so long. Oh, my goodness. I wish they had a search feature. I got too many subscriptions. I'm losing my mind. Okay, I will find it. I will find it. Let me just do a regular search. There we go. Why is it not here? Oh, here it is. It's called Bill and Daisy, Alaska. I found it. All right, let me send you the link over here. There we go. All right. This is Bill Knott's channel. It's called Bill and Daisy, Alaska. And let me show you what it looks like. Okay, here is Bill and Daisy, Alaska. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, clicking the wrong screen. Okay. Carnivore diet. Yeah, okay, there's the latest video. And I haven't seen his latest video, but you can watch that back in the ER, and you can see it shows his foot. But I hope that they can find some relief. But again, Bill was in really, really bad shape. And even though the carnivore diet helps you lose weight, it is not going to fix all the problems. There's a big difference between someone like Bill Knott and someone like me. I mean, obviously, this guy, of course, that's a picture of me when I was 30. You can see the picture I use in YouTube. This was me at age 30. This is the other shirt that goes with a picnic shirt. It was the blue version that I wore out. I still have the orange one, but there is a big difference. And for Bill, it's going to be a struggle. I hate to say it. There is no way that this is going to happen very quickly. But if you look at his face, he looks so much better than he used to. And the other thing about Bill, if you look at him, even though he's a physical disaster right now, you can tell that he used to be a real looker in his day. So when he does get over and gets down to a weight and gets over all the problems that were caused by the excessive weight, I'm sure he's going to be one of the carnivore celebrities. I don't think he's going to be a carnivore failure. He's already been down the road of failure, and now he's down the road of success. And not only that, even if Bill Knott is the strongest person willpower-wise, he has an advantage. He has a huge advantage he didn't have before. He has a carnivore community with, obviously, Mr. Kerry Mann, who is a successful YouTuber and businessman and is on his side. And again, Bill Knott is the foundation of Kerry's Healing Humanity movie. So I think it's in everybody's best interest to make sure that Bill Knott succeeds, because if Kerry Mann does go through with his carnivore series, this is going to be what really keeps the movie not prominent, but it keeps it in the spotlight, because now you have someone who has been there since the beginning, who was basically circling the drain, not only circling the drain, but almost ready to go down the drain until Kerry Mann came and picked him up. Now, he hasn't taken him out of the toilet bowl yet, but he's kind of holding him there. All the water's gone down, and now it's just a matter of, is he going to be able to get out before it fills up again and somebody flushes a handle? And I think he will. I think that Bill Knott is a lot tougher than people would say. And look, if you look at his last video, it says down 365 pounds. Look at that. Down 365 pounds and back in the ER. Wow, 360. I don't even weigh 200 pounds. Do you realize when he's down 400 pounds, he'll be down 2 ricks? 2 ricks. That's crazy. Anyway. And then the last video, 365 pounds. And a lot of the weight, I think, was in his legs because of the lymphedema or whatever that was caused by the excessive weight. But anyway, I hope that he can get treatment he needs. I think with the carnivore community on his side, he'll get it. It's just a matter of time. But yes, I'm glad that you let me know. You can always let me know about anyone in the carnivore community. Maybe some people have challenges. That's fine. The light blue is a great color on you, Rick. It's fun to see old pics. Yes, I was watching that video of Bill's last night. I'm praying for him. Well, that's good. Oh, good. So the link went through. That is awesome. And I posted also the link for Bill's channel, so it's there. Eat a ham bone. Good morning, carnivores and duckies from Goose Creek, South Carolina. Well, eat a ham bone. Good morning. And I like that name, Goose Creek. If you can't have the duckies, you can always have the goose. Delicious goose. He sounded so scared and worried. He asked for prayers. Pissed me off. ER did nothing. Sad. Yes. That is very true. Bill and those piercing blue eyes. That is correct. Bill has the blue eyes that I don't have, so I think he's more popular than me. Plus, he's got the smooth voice, which I think I have to some extent. And Bill doesn't seem to lose his words. He seems to know what he's saying. His future is bright as long as he can go through the difficult problems, and I think with the help of the carnivore community, he will. I look forward to one day seeing him in person. That's my goal. One of these days, I'm going to meet Bill in person, and we can share stories about our cats, because Bill has his Daisy, and Rick has his Milton, the menace. Milton versus Daisy. There's no competition there. Milton is a total disaster, but Milton is also extremely lovable. Even though he attacks me during the day, at nighttime, he sleeps on the bed, and he just cuddles up to me like a good little kitten, never attacks me at night, which is good. Bless you for sharing. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. His eyes are stunning. There you go. I love that blue picnic shirt. I can't get those shirts anymore, but I definitely do that. And Tim's got some wisdom here. It is important to manage your body fat. Yes, only you can take care of this. That is correct. And body fat doesn't only make you unattractive in excessive amounts, but it also makes you unhealthy. Now, in the right amounts, body fat actually makes you healthier, and body fat itself is not going to make you sick. But when you have so much body fat that you can't tie your own shoes and you can't see your own whatever, you got a big problem. Now, if you're like Rick, you could basically put your foot over your head. I can see every part of my body except my back. There's a couple of spots I can't see, but I can touch every part, so there's nothing that I can't reach. I mean, there's nothing that I can't reach. But when you're overweight to the point where you have to use a comfort wipe to wipe your rear end, it might be time to put the fork down. And we have a hello to Eat a Hambone. And I'm glad that you like, yep, fun to see old pics. That is correct. Old pics, I like it. Okay, I was watching that video of Bill's. Yep, last night. I'm praying for him. I haven't seen it. I've been so busy. I'm sort of here coughing and having a rough couple of days. Oh, Feral Grandma, I hope you're not catching that flu that's going on. His foot looks bad. I can't believe the hospital didn't do anything. Yeah, I believe it. I thought carnivore again. No, it won't. Trust me. It'll pass quickly. The coughing, yeah, I hope you feel better soon. ER did nothing. I don't want to see something happen to him because of lack of doctor care. Yeah, exactly. Watch out, you're about to reveal your identity. Okay. Let's see. Rick could hold his mic with his foot. I actually could, I definitely could. Put the mic fast enough so I can move the mic. That's not a problem. I pick up things with my feet all the time. I'm actually quite adaptable. My mother used to say that I reminded her of a chimpanzee. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a bad thing. I don't know. Hi, sweetie. I've not been on chat. So busy today. Couple of friends. Border City antiquing. Carnivore Farm Mom. Body fat is protective for older age for hormone and fall protection. So it's good to have some padding on those hips. But too much is too much, which is different for everyone. Yes, that is very true. And having it in the right place. Around the waist, around the hips and all that is good. But having it around your heart, that's bad. Bye, Tammy, you too. I did the water bacon and iron skillet. It came out pretty decent. Yes. Be sure to show us. And Amy says she's doing business stuff. And let's see. I am the unknown. I hear you. It's ridiculous. Yeah, talking about Bill. I think Alaska would have a great medical thing going on. I don't think there's a great medical thing anyway. And Tammy, have a great day, y'all. Thanks, Rick and Mr. Milton. Well, thank you for being here. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. All right. So let's see. I am going to do it from now on. I kept it covered for a little while, but I did finish up uncovered. So we're talking about that delicious bacon. That is awesome. You and Bill would both be good friends. It's both down to earth, nice voice, and yes, love your cats. That's why I want to meet him. I think Bill would like me. I'd like him. I know that. I am very confident about that. So I agree with you, Jamette, 100%. Be sure us what? Be sure to show us what? Okay. All right. So, as my towel works its way down the couch, I put that there to keep Milton from clawing the couch because Milton does like to show his claws. Your potentially upcoming curves. Okay. Now, so, oh boy, excuse me. Got about 15 minutes until Dustin starts his live stream. All right. Just had a beef tongue for lunch. You have that in Florida? We do at times. Sometimes they had a fresco y masa, although I haven't seen it lately. Did you get the free tea from Carrie? No, I did not, but I have a feeling Carrie will be in Tampa, so I will ask him for it then. I already have a Healing Humanity t-shirt here, and I've worn it a couple of places, and nobody said anything to me. Where is my shirt? Hold on. Oh, it's here somewhere. I put it here. All right. It's here someplace. I don't see it. Oh, where did I... Oh, here it is. I think it's over... Might be in the closet. There's nothing in the closet. Ah, here it is. Nope, that's not it. Huh. Well, it's here somewhere. I can't find it. Oh, well. I generally don't wear any clothes that have any sayings on them, but I have worn Dr. Kiltz's Mighty Tribe shirt. I have a Dr. Kiltz cup that I've used. And where is my Kiltz cup? I don't know. I got to clean this mess up. This place, Milton, had a field day with it, so it's going to need a lot of attention. But anyway, let's see. I will... Okay, here we go. Rick blew through my comment. He does not care about curves. Okay. I don't get curves. I gain weight like a guy, arms and gut. Well, my arms don't gain weight. They're always skinny. So, I don't know what I gain weight like. If I gain weight, it's usually around the front of the stomach or around the face. That's it. Okay, so we have, I felt best to gift it to you or Bill not, and he said, we'll send to both. Okay, so that's good. We will see. And, Geezy the Carnivore, well, hello from Carnivore Talk. And again, if you don't know Carnivore Talk, why do I hear a truck? Oh, my neighbor is getting Federal Express when it absolutely positively has to be overnight. Remember that guy talking real fast? Federal Express. All right. Good morning, y'all. So Jeff from Carnivore Talk is here. Monday night at 8 o'clock. A lot of times I'm out there hanging with my friends, so I don't get in till after 9. But Carnivore Talk, Monday night at 8 p.m., not 8 a.m., 8 a.m., that's my time. I'm the morning guy. Carnivore Talk, 8 p.m. till 11, midnight, who knows? It runs as long as it runs. Great place. If you like to talk to people, check it out, and you'll find Geezy the Carnivore in there as well. I am straight and like curves. Make that make sense. Well, whatever. Straight is a relative term. I'm straight too. Straight to the steaks. Straight to the iguanas and straight to the ducks. Delicious ducky. I've been having serious duck cravings. Once they start producing ducklings and the population starts increasing, I'm going to go back to duck harvesting. And I will make a video, again, YouTube will probably delete it like they did the last time, on how to catch and prepare your duck for cooking and enjoying the most delicious, tasty Muscovy duck, nicely fattened up, delicious duck meat. It takes about a month to get the perfect Muscovy duck. From the day you grab him by the tail to the day he puts his head in through the duck head removal device and then into the boiling water, into the refrigerator, and into my stomach, all within 24 hours. I don't like my meat age. I like it fresh, and there's nothing like a very fat and delicious Muscovy duck. Oh. Now, if you eat one of those canal ducks straight out of the canal, you'll probably throw up. They're nasty. You got to know how to prepare them. Okay. All right, let me go through here. I need to take advantage of my roommate being away and clean his mess. Is he in the hospital? Thomas. He has been set to rehab. TS. Nice you have the place to yourself. I'm sure, Thomas. Rick, I can get dressed, do work, and listen to your voice for hours. Always interesting. Thank you, Milton and Miss Kitty. Well, thank you for being here. It's because of you and others that I do these live streams. It is Terry Sue. And Tim says, Rick and Chat, have you seen what happened to Carnivore Muscle? He was in the hospital getting blood work done. Yes, I have. And again, you check out his channel. Carnivore Muscle has been building a fantastic physique despite all the challenges that he's had, the neurodivergence, the spine injury, many, many challenges. But yes, he was in the hospital getting blood work done and other scans. And I think I saw the video. I know I commented on the one video. I think I saw both of them. But yes, I've seen it. And if there's anyone in this chat that does not know who Jonathan Carnivore Muscle is, you must be new. And I have to admit, I haven't been taking a look at how many people we have all day. Let me see how many people are in my chat. We have 48 watching right now. That's actually very good. I get about half of what the really popular channels get, but 48, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's pretty good. For somebody that doesn't even have 4,000, I got 53 right now. My subscriber count is about maybe almost 3,900. Can you find another person who has less than 4,000 subscribers and can get 60 people in a live stream? That is really, really good. And you know what that tells me? That tells me that I got the best kept secret on the internet. I have the best people in my live stream. That's the secret. Other people have flashier live streams. There's people that have thousands of viewers and commenters. But when you see how many actual commenters they have, they're not even that much more than what I get. Pretty amazing. And Terry Girl says, Rick is a great storyteller for sure. Removal device, yes. We don't want to offend the YouTube people. I love duck. If you live nearby, totally share mine with you. Well, there you go. And I can share my duck with you because I know how to prepare the duck just right. If you want to have the most delicious duck eating experience, you absolutely need to either raise the ducks yourself or the last month of their life after you've caught them, an invasive duck, you catch them, you save them from being run over, you put them into the duck feeding area. Ducky has to be very low stress, very well fed, plenty of females to mate with, a very enjoyable life. That's the secret. You don't want to have ducky stressed out, being treated badly, eat a bunch of crap. Yes, I give them duck food, sure, but I also give them insects and I give them some good food to go with it. And I fatten them up. They go from being an agile, lean duck to a fat blob that can barely move. And one day, they stick their head in through that opening to get some duck food, and you hear whoosh. And then in my house, you hear ding, 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 ding. And if you've never heard that sound, one of these days on my live stream, I'm going to show you what it sounds like. It goes ding, 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 ding. The same sound you used to hear in a department store in the old days. If you went into Burdines or Jordan Marsh or Richards and they would call for an associate, they go ding, ding, ding. It's the exact same thing. And that's what happens to Mr. Ducky when Mr. Ducky is ready for dinner. That's it. Very simple. Okay, I just got in the truck. I'm driving off to Costco now. Does anybody want to take bets if I will be back home by 12 noon? Well, that is your option. He did a post last night. Yes, Jonathan did. Thomas, hi, sweetie, was asking Rick, spread the word about Bill Knott. He needs our prayers. And that's what I did. If I am not back by 12 noon, I am going live in the new truck. Well, there you go. So you got a new truck now, huh? I'm hoping I get my truck running too. I'm not going to be able to go to the store in the next couple of days if it gets too cold because I'm not going to be able to. How am I going to be able to ride in 40-degree temperatures? That's not possible. I guess if I find my jacket, I could. And my van is not running because I still don't have good batteries for it. I need to work on that too. That's another reason I'm going to try to end this a little bit earlier so I can go out there and work on my Bobcat part repair and that it. Doctors weren't very helpful, but he's stable. Okay, so we're talking about Bill and John together strong. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, you're here. I'm glad that you have dropped in for our live, where we have 51 people watching right now. My 7-year-old Kathy was texting. I only answered, did not care to wander into a noisy Cedo restaurant. There you go. It's not my interest to feel bad and be overweight. Yeah, DS111, there's no reason to eat that duck food. Very nice of you. Yay, Jerry. I'm now in driving mode and not able to read the chat. So I'm listening, Rick. Well, I'm sure. You're always listening. That's good. Is it a loner? Okay. Ah, here we go. 48 is certainly nothing to sneeze at. Jerry's driving in the ice. She is ice queen. Ellie's a bad girl here today. The ice queen, especially in my fur coat. Hope all is well. I've not been on chats much, as so busy on my way out going antiquing with a couple of friends. Love you all, meat eaters. I'm off to work. Bye, chat. Bye, Mr. Rick. Well, bye, Tim. Glad you were here to drop in. I guess you're not so snowed in that you can still go to work. That's great. I wonder if you're still riding a bike in the snow. That'd be interesting. But anyway, I'm glad that you were here. I would only wear a fur coat if I were a rock star. It's gorgeous on her. Biod Fitness, there we go. I know Jerry can read this. I die a slow death or drive as much as she does. Yep. And see, you have a lot of fans here, Tim. So glad that you come in. Check out his channel if you want. He's not a carnivore, but he's definitely fitness first. And I like that. Anyone that puts that much effort into keeping fit, flexible, and strong deserves very special consideration, because it's too easy to eat duck food and waddle around and be a big fat blob. And again, I'm not making fun of fat people. I got several friends that are fat, but it's a choice. If you choose to be fat, that's fine. If you can be fat and healthy, that's fine. But I think for most people, they would rather be lean than be fat. Happy Duck is a happy meal. Yes, it is. You want Mr. Ducky happy before it's lights out. That way his meat is going to be delectably delicious. A well-prepared Muscovy duck tastes better than anything. What is this? Huh. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I guess somebody's lost. Good at driving. She reminds me of a police officer. There we go. It's my least favorite thing to do. I go to a restaurant now, I get a headache from the seed oil. I try not to go. Are you worried about next weekend's bus with it being Super Bowl weekend? Hope you video. I will video. I don't know. Like I said, I'm sure I'll get there. Getting back may be a challenge, but I'm putting my faith in Dr. Kiltz to make sure I get back home to my Milton safe and sound. But yes, it is Super Bowl weekend, but Super Bowl's on Sunday, and Dr. Kiltz's meetup is Friday and Saturday. We'll see. But yes, I will video as much as I can in my old phone. I got another camera, but it's been broken. I don't know. We'll see. Excellent and safe driver. There we go. Have to come home and immediately eat what I like to quash the hunger. Yeah, exactly. I got the same problem. Unless you go to Brazilian Steakhouse. Quash the hunger. Yes, noisy too. That's right. I'm going to wander around and do some chores. We'll be listening. Bye all. Great day, Rick. Well, Terry girl, I appreciate it. And again, for those of you that want to check it out, let me see if I can find Mr. Dustin's chat over here. Let me see. Here it is. All right, let me go there. Okay, here we are. Okay, that'll be in about 7 minutes, it looks like. Let me pop this in here so you know where it is. Okay, let's paste this. And there we go. So if you want to see Dustin's video, he's going to have a live stream after mine. Here's your link. So you can check that out. And we're going to continue here. You got about 7 minutes or whatever. Okay. So let me go back to my chat. And okay. Go Pats. We're talking Super Bowl here. Watch too many old movies where they can actually talk to each other at a restaurant. Here, ice cubes tinkling in glass at the same time. Well, that's because a lot of the older restaurants, they had something, they had curtains, they had a ceiling, they may have had a carpet, and people weren't quite as loud. Of course, a lot of times I think people had a cigarette in their mouth, so they weren't going to talk. I don't think they could talk loud or they'd be coughing. And of course, in a movie, they're going to make it well staged. But today's restaurants, they're just garbage. There's nothing really interesting about them in any way. Eat a Hambone says, have a great day, everyone. Well, you too. Have a great day. All right, so let me see how my viewers and comments are going. I have still 51 people watching right now, so that's fantastic. I'm really happy about that. Okay, let's see. Coach Angela Mullins. I have a friend that sometimes rides his motorcycle in the snow if it is a dusting. Not me. I've already had enough accidents in perfect weather to put myself at risk. I agree with that. I will never ride a motorcycle on the street. The only motorcycles I've ever had were dirt bikes, and those were out in the woods, and I don't think I've started that thing in years. In fact, it's probably rusted out. Bye, Terry. Have a great day. Well, there you go. And the thing is, when my live stream is over, I'm going to be able to have some heart attack chicken. Let me take a look and see the weather. I don't know. Looks pretty good. Okay, Mr. Milton. We got the Milton. Oh, what a cute little Milton you are. You are the prettiest cat. I just think you are so cute. You silly little pussy cat. He's a good little kitten. All right. Mr. Milton. Oh, we have a hello to Milton. There we go. Yeah, when I went to the kitchen, I was looking outside to see the weather, and it's still cloudy, but no rain. Milton popped out of the hallway. He wanted some food, so I dropped him a piece of meat, and then went in the kitchen. I got some water. And Milton, he just always pops out. He knows when I'm coming out to the kitchen, so he's very observant. Very nice cat. I sat at a bar at a restaurant to see a friend. Hated it. I'd much rather eat at home. Exactly. And here's Tom, Frugal Prepper. Hi, Milton. Well, hello, and glad to see you back. Hope things have been going better for you. Hope the weather isn't so cold that you're over there like an ice cube. Well, so Danny, I know and understand completely. I'm not much of a social butterfly since carnivore, but that's okay. I agree. You just never know what they are going to serve you at a restaurant. That's true. Of course, you never know what Rick's going to serve you at his place. Could be steak. Could be duck. Could be iguana. Could be pork. Who knows? It could be cooked on a fire. It could be cooked on an engine. Could be cooked with strawberry poop gas. I've had people laugh. I heard you cook with poop. Yes, I cook with poop. Like, really? Yep. Going to my favorite Ecuadorian restaurant today to meet a friend. Plenty of high quality carnivore choices for a great price. Well, there you go. That's fantastic. Okay. Let's see. I got some comments here. Okay. Oh, I see Grandma's Crochet Corner uploaded a video. Don't forget to comment on my cuteness. Okay. It's making all them funny songs, AI songs. Those are cute. All right. Anyway, I think, just my opinion, that we've had a pretty good live stream. Could be cooked out of nothing like a home cooked meal. Yep. All right. So, what's the deal for next week? What are we doing next week? Is there going to be a live at 8 with Rick on what? The 7th? I don't know. There might be. There might not be. I'm going to try to take my old laptop with me when I go there, and I'm not sure what I'll be doing at that time. If I am available, now, evidently, the Dr. Kiltz thing starts in the morning. I'm going to try to do something from there if I can. If I can get some Wi-Fi, I might be able to stream something. But if you don't see me here, I will be there. If there is no live at 8 with Rick next Saturday, there will be another live, but it's not going to be until the following week. I don't do lives on Sunday because I don't want to interfere with anybody. And I won't do lives any other day. I will be live with Russ Mitchell on the Keto Cookout. So you can check me out there if you want to. And of course, the following weekend, Live at 8 with Rick will return. Now, if for some reason I get the opportunity, I will be live. And I'm thinking maybe some of the people that are at the Kiltz meetup, they might go live. So we might do a collaboration. Who knows? I mean, maybe even Dr. Kiltz will want to put me live with him. So we'll see. So you might see me, you might not. But if you do, that'll be great. And if you don't, it'll be the following week. Looks like my soap grater is a little bit bent. Oh, okay. Get that straightened out. If you don't know what this is for, you can watch my video earlier. You'd probably be horrified, but this is an essential bathroom accessory at Rick's place. Okay, so Robbie Autry has, thanks for answering all the questions, Rick. Great live stream. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Fantastic. And Boston Danny loves Russ. Yes, especially with his singing and his comedy. Rick replaced Saturday morning cartoons with breakfast cereal. And unlike Saturday morning cartoons, where they try to get you a copyright, all of Rick's videos are what I call Creative Commons video, which means it's not like a commercial copyright. You can take my videos and you can use them. Now, you can't use them in a way that's inconsistent with the way that I want them used. But if you want to include clips from my video in your video, you're welcome to do so. That's the way it is. So instead of being corporate perpetual copyright, I believe in the Creative Commons system, and all my videos are freely available. You can feel free to watch them, and you can feel free to share them. And if you want to make some type of parody video, even if you're a vegan and you're trying to make me look like I'm going to drop dead of a heart attack and you do it, I'm not going to stop you. I think it's kind of funny because I do believe that the more interest that my videos get, the more people might think about it. This thing has been crooked the whole time, thanks to Mr. Milton. He likes to go back there and hide in there. Milton is a black menace. Always has to mess with the pillows. But anyway, that's great. So let's see. Is that all the comments we have? I think we've reached the end of the line on the comments. We have 44. Oh, here we go. You all have me giggling, listening to the chat. Rick, you're fabulous. I had to stop and get sunglasses because the snow is blinding me. Well, there you go. I could see where that would happen. It happens here at the beach, and snow is whiter than sand, so I can only imagine. Snow is blinding me. There you go. Well, anyway, back to driving again. Okay. Carry on, folks. There's a few people that I didn't see this time, But we seem to get sort of a group that comes in. I don't see you having a heart attack soon. Well, maybe not soon, but I'll get one eventually. It's only a matter of time. The old heart can only last so long before I get a heart attack. Now, I really don't think, and there's a lot of people on the internet. There's a few people that I watch that are not carnivores. There's one guy, he's named Andrew, and he does longevity, fitness coaching, and all that. He doesn't eat a carnivore diet. I think he's a year older than me. He looks absolutely good. Looks better than I do. Although he does color his hair. He's admitted that. And I think many of the older influencers, they do color their hair to make themselves look younger. I've seen it. I'm the only one that doesn't. I'd use no hair color. And I don't care to, because I don't see gray hair as being a bad thing when it comes to appearance. All you have to do is look at O'Mara, the fermented guy, and he's all white hair. He looks good. If you've seen him without a shirt, he's actually very good looking. So it doesn't matter if you have gray hair. Gray hair doesn't make you old. Gray hair just comes with time. What makes you look old is when you're hunched over and you can't stand up. Even Mitch, and we know Mitch is old. He's almost 80, and he calls himself the old guy carnivore, or now he says OGC. Mitch is old. But the thing is, just because you're elderly and you're old doesn't mean that you're worthless. Because old Mitch, he stands up. He does an exercise where he sits down and stands up and sits down and stands up. He does it several times. Mitch, I can't wait to see him in person now. Obviously, he's not going to be as active as he was the last year when he went to see Dr. Kiltz. But for somebody that's had a stroke and was basically out of commission for weeks, I think he's doing pretty good. And I know at first, I'm like an acquired taste. I think Mitch was annoyed by me at first, but over time, he seems to like me. I know he banned me from his channel once, but that didn't last long. But I think when I meet him in person, he's going to like me even more. And I'm going to like him too. Because even though I don't smoke cigars and I'm not a carbohydrate addict, I can definitely understand where he's coming from. He's definitely the older version of me. And it was kind of funny seeing his picture. What was it? I think he showed it yesterday or the day before when he was in his 30s. And he looks so different than he looks now. He was actually a little bit fat and looked, like your typical person that's struggling with dieting. And look at him now. Mitch is about as far from fat as you can get. And even though the stroke set him back, he still looks a lot better than any other 78-year-old I've known. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. And of course, he's friends with Dr. Kiltz again. I think he's even going to stay at Dr. Kiltz's house. So the little bit of controversy that was going on, that's gone. So I'm looking forward, and I feel like I'm in the in crowd because I was specifically invited by Dr. Kiltz. So that means that I'm not really the outcast here, even though I'm usually the outcast in most circles. But I have a feeling that this is going to be very good. So that's why I've put my faith into this. I got my bus ticket. I'm heading over there on Friday. I'll be in Sarasota after 1, unless the bus breaks down, which hopefully it doesn't. And then after that, it's up to Alia, Dr. Kiltz, Dr. Nelson, who I also look forward to seeing again. Not only did I get to see Dr. Nelson, but we got to eat together at the last Dr. Kiltz meetup. I felt like I was welcome as part of the group. And then I got to meet some of the other people that I'd seen online. That was even better. It was really nice to see Dr. Baker. I like Dr. Baker even more in person than when I saw him on the internet. So it's just a great experience. And I have a feeling it's going to be even better. So I'm looking forward to it. Even though I hate to travel, it is still in Florida. So as long as I can get back home, I'm happy. I'm glad to go. I'll be eating good meat, hanging out with great people. What more can you want? And this is from a guy that's never been on a vacation since like 2000 something. The last time I went out of town was 2005. So it was 20 years I never left Miami. And the last time I left Florida was in 2005. So we'll see. There's a lot of things coming, and it's all thanks to the carnivore community. Thanks to you people. You're the reason why I'm doing it. Otherwise, I'd be here. I'm cleaning the fish fats on my cast iron. Okay. Hi to Mitch. Is Mitch here? Wait. Aha! Some of us are watching, but don't say much. By the way, I don't color my hair either. Yes, and if you've ever looked at Mitch, although he doesn't have a lot of hair, he's got that ring of hair around his head. I'm impressed. I am so impressed by how he did that. It's pretty amazing. But anyway, you see, you never know who's hiding in the background. This is why I only say true things about the way I feel about people. Because I'm one of those people that I don't talk behind your back. If I'm going to talk about you, I'm going to talk in public. Behind your back, I don't even mention. The only time I talk about somebody behind their back is when I'm giving them compliments. Because I don't understand why people trash others behind their back. What are they trying to accomplish? It just makes you look like a dirtbag. If you're going to trash somebody, do it in their face. Be a man or a quality woman, because women do that too. Men don't have the exclusive right to speak their mind. In fact, women generally do it better, at least from what I've seen. Of course, Milton pops up when you go to the food room. Yes, animals aren't stupid. No, they are not. I would see young ladies with dyed gray hair. There you go. It only occurred to me only the prettiest faces can get away with that. An ugly one, no. Exactly. If you are in good shape and you have gray hair, don't be ashamed of it. It just makes you look more attractive, because you see some guy or gal with gray hair. You think, oh, old, worn up, washed out. Then you look at their body. It's like, wow, she's in good shape. He looks great. And you think, it makes you think. So it's not a bad thing. There's nothing that makes you more unattractive than being functionally unfunctional. So in other words, you can't do things for yourself. You're whiny. You complain. You know what I hate more? The people that complain all the time. This person did this to me, and that person did that to me. And if I would have done this, I don't want to hear any of that. I would rather a person say, well, and this is what I do. I was in this business, and boy, the market changed, and I got wiped out. That's what I want to hear. You're not blaming anybody. You're just saying, I did this, it went wrong. And then I did something else. I tried this business idea. It didn't work. My business partner took my money and ran. You're just telling the truth. That's fine. But blaming people for the failure is not acceptable. But telling the truth is. That's the way I like it. I'm happy for your hope. Happy for you. Hope you have a safe trip. I do too. And for Mitch, if you're still listening, I hope that you have a safe trip. And the thing is, I know Mitch is a good driver because I am too. He will get there safely as long as he has no mechanical problems and he has a newer vehicle. I think Mitch is going to have a very good trip. And I have a feeling that unlike last year, when Mitch comes home from this trip, he's not going to have a health issue. I think that is already gone past. So I think this is just what I think. Mitch is going to enjoy the experience. He's going to get some one-on-one time with his buddy Kiltsy. And the rest of us, we're all going to get a little more familiar with each other. Maybe some people like me more. Maybe some people hate me more. Oh, that Rick guy, I don't know. I hate looking up to him. He's like, looks like a palm tree. I got to get him, the guy, But who knows? There might be some people that say, I've seen that Rick online, and I like him even better in person. Yes. Meat must have reversed the color. I've heard of this. Okay. Barkay said it is possible, and Mitch said it is cellular health. Mitch got dark again, too. Yes, Barkay did say that. And also, there's somebody else in the carnivore community. Well, Kerry used to have that gray patch on his head, and he's telling the truth because you could see it in his older videos. And Kerry's hair got darker. And this is one of the great things about Carrie. You know, I may be a little critical of the way the movie went, but the guy is real. He's not faking it. Carrie is not a scammer that's trying to fake, oh, I did this and that. Now, he may be embellished a little bit. He may use clickbait, but he does that to stir interest. That's why I call him the carnivore ambassador, because he tries to get people thinking. Another one that does that is Dr. Kiltz. Dr. Kiltz always likes to throw in those controversial questions. That's his thing. Push the raw meat thing. You need to eat the fat. Do we this? Do we that? That's the technique that he uses. Dr. Kiltz is a successful businessman because he uses that technique. If you're basically straight-laced and you don't use any comedy and you don't use your imagination, no one's going to pay attention to you. I've tried to win people over with facts. It never works. If you're reasonable and factual, you're easily forgotten. But if you're kind of extreme, it's like Mitch. You know, Mitch, when he had his health issue, got more viewers. He had his rants, lost viewers, got viewers. But I think the spot that he's in right now, he's in the very, very good, balanced spot. He's in the place where there's a little bit of controversy. There's a little bit of that sort of relaxed enjoyment that goes with the lifestyle. And I think Mitch is in, I think, the peak of where he's going to be drawing in more people. And I see his subscriber count has been going up. And that's really good. Because really when it comes down to it, Mitch is a wealth of knowledge. He's like the uncle or grandfather that everybody wants because you can talk about all the things that he did and you can learn a lot from him. And again, hopefully if I make it to that age, I'll be that kind of person that people will talk about. And now that I become active on YouTube, you can look at what I said. You can look at my ride and talk videos. You can look at when I move, you know, how it's going to be involved in that. I might be building a new house. You can watch me build a house. You watch me fix my truck. Watch me restore my 69 Chargers. There's a lot of things that could happen. And it's all going to be possible as a combination between technology and meeting all the great people that I see here. And that's really good. So, yes, there's a channel women with classic floor-length hair. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That turned gray. White naturally in her 30s. Very pretty, but it looks different than the young girls coloring it. Yeah, that's true. Because the natural gray hair has a lot more differences in color and texture than when you dye it. Because there is some un-gray hair mixed in with it. It's very, very interesting. I adore Professor Barquet. Well, there you go. Barquet is not everybody's, as they say, cup of tea, but he does have his fans. I like him too. I know a lot of it's just an act. Palm trees are beautiful, Rick. Well, that's true. But if you live in a cold place, I guess you'll have to grow them in a greenhouse. If I had to move to a very cold place, like if I was in the frigid north, like Minnesota or Wisconsin or one of those states, I'd have to have a large greenhouse. And then that way I can bring my little tropical collection with me. And if I ever get the need to sit under the banana tree with my ducks, I can have it right there in the back of my house, a big glass greenhouse, or what they used to call in the old days, a conservatory. And by the way, did you know that the bananas that most people they eat today, the Cavendish bananas, they came from England. A botanist with the conservatory discovered that banana and used that as the bananas that most people eat. So isn't that interesting? 2 months ago when I got my hair cut, a hush fell over the room when the young Chinese guy removed foil from the young lady's hair after dyeing it purple. She liked it. Okay? I don't believe in dyeing hair. I think that is a mistake, but whatever. Okay. Yep. I love Barquet and his sharp wit and brilliance. I do too, although his ad hominem attacks sometimes wear me down, where he calls people names. And I mean, the Dunning-Kruger thing, I agree with that. He's right about that. But when he starts talking about mating trumpets and monkeys and all that, I don't like it. Although he does have his teddy bear bit, which is funny, twiddling the knobs. I don't have knobs. I got a couple of knobs here, but mostly levers and a wired mouse. So, but Milton is my version of Ted. And unlike Ted, who doesn't move, Milton is. He's chomping the stuff with his teeth. I used to color my hair, but my son asked me to stop. Didn't say anything about the unhealthy chemicals. Someone must have asked him something like if I was a cousin or something. Okay. All right, let's see. The chat keeps coming, so I'm still going. Some people I think went to Dustin, but I'm sorry, I didn't end like I should, but I'll do the best I can. I'll catch up. I'm not leaving my viewers high and dry. I used to color my hair. Okay, I got that one. Semi-retired Bob now has a mascot like Bart does. And he took my suggested name. How did I miss that? I'm not getting his videos. Maybe I'm going to have to look into it. My mascot, as you know who it is. It is a black cat. My hair not only went from silver to chrome, but the bald spots all grew in after carnivore. Well, there you go. And the thing I'll tell you that I've noticed with some of the, like my vegan friend, some of us guys, women don't like it, but most of us, we have some hair here too on our legs. That's supposed to be normal. Actually, it's supposed to be normal for women too, I think. But for some reason, they don't like it. So I will never understand what it is, but women do like nice long hair, which is good. But if you grow hair on your arms or legs and you're a female, I don't see why you have to cut it off. I don't know what that is, but, I guess it's a convention that people have grown to accept. But yeah, if you have alopecia and the carnivore is helping you, what does that tell you? Maybe the carnivore diet is increasing your blood flow. That could be it. Because really, why do people lose hair? Well, as they get older, the blood flow decreases. And then with men, the byproduct of testosterone attacks the hair follicle and the hair falls out. And that happens. Yes, that makes sense. But I'm glad that it is growing in. Every color rainbow in my hair, one-time teenagers. Well, there you go. They like to have you color your hair. He took a poll. My name for it was Farty. He went with Mr. Farty. Okay. Tom says, I wish I was in Kissimmee right now, in the pool under the palm tree at the Bear Food Suites. Bear Food Suites. Okay. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Wherever you live, you could always have an indoor palm tree. And like I said, if I lived in a northern state, I would definitely put up a greenhouse. I would not give up my tropical plants, even if I was living in the north. Now, I'm not going to move out west. I can tell you right now, I really don't want to live in any western state, any place that has water issues. I'd rather live in a place that has a lot of water. I don't like deserts. Deserts do not interest me. Would I visit someone in a desert? Sure. Would I live there? No. I hate deserts. But wherever I live, hopefully it'll be here in Florida. I can continue to live here, and hopefully people will stop coming here so I don't end up surrounded by apartments when I get old. It is a little bull. Okay, I'll have to check out Bob's video. And Jonathan, he's back. That's great. We were talking about you earlier. All right, let's see. We were thinking of you a little while ago. Yes, we were. I thought Bart intimated Ted was doing something else under the table to him. Well, there you go. That's true. That's why I don't use a table here. I sit on the couch. So there are no secrets here in the quack zone. As you can see, there are no secrets here. There is no table. I can move this. No table. We're out in the open here. Everything here is above board. All right. Okay. There we go. Let me move this a little bit. All right. And by the way, out of all the live streamers, how many people sit like I do on the couch with their knee up against their forehead? I think I might be the only one that does. But I can't sit normally for very long. I'm not a sitting kind of person. I have to be active. And I find that if I sit like this, I can move my legs and I can, keep my circulation up. Oh, well. I'm not answering. See the phone blinking? I got 2 calls blinking at once. And another one. Isn't it like being back in the 70s? How many other live streams have that kind of phone? With a real dial. I could start calling some of my subscribers. But anyway. Have some delicious ice cubes. You don't see that on a live stream either. Ah, hello, Milton. Come here, Milton. Hello. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, look at the beautiful little Milton. Oh, yes. He's a cutie. Milton's lively. Look at that face. He's getting ready. Look at that. There's Milton. Hello. Milton. Look at that face. Oh, my goodness. What a nice cat, I'll tell you. Milton is a total sweetheart today. Yes, he is. Isn't he a beautiful animal? Look at that. You got to admit, cats are fun. When they're nice, they're very fun. Come on, Milton. Yeah. Milton. He closes his eyes when I pet him. He's a good cat. You are a sweetheart, Milton. All right. Let's see what we got here in the rest of the chats. Milton, you are cute. Yes, you are. All right. Just telling Carnivore Farm Mom where to go. She's a problem. Okay. How are you doing? Bart can dish it out, but he can't take it. Interesting. You're still on driving. You're on my radio with your radio voice in. Well, I appreciate that, Juliet. So I guess you're going home from the gym. I was going to log out. Dustin is having his live stream right now, and I directed everybody who wants to go there. But there were so many people here, I figured I'd sort of talk my way out, and then you can go there if you like. That's fine. Saying hi to Jonathan. It's wonderful about your hair. Milton, are you meowing? I think Milton's hungry again. I gave him meat. Oh, I was so lucky today. A friend chaperoned me to swim in sauna for recovery. Nice. How are you? Ladies over 50, grow your hair long. I, GSE, voted. Even if it's thin, just bun it up on your head or braid bun it. Well, that's what the Amish people do, isn't it? All the Amish women have long hair. I know a black guy who has alopecia. I never heard of it before, so I now call him Mr. Alopecia. Well, there you go. Alopecia areata. All right. Please forgive my mistake. Hope you feel better soon. Okay. Yes, Milton seems to hate the camera, but that's okay. I just show him right to you. The jade-eyed mini panther. Milton, just gorgeous. Yes. That cat is so cute. I love that cat. Milton's expressions are so funny. Yes. I bought silver vine sticks for my cat. He doesn't like them. I'm not sure what that is. No problem. You are nicest. I could be wrong, but I don't think you and Dustin share a lot of the same audience. You do have a lot of people. Yeah, that is true. Generally, if it goes below 30, I cut it off. I got 49 right now, so I'm letting it run. When it winds down, maybe 12 or whatever, we'll wind it down. I'm getting hungry for some heart attack chicken, so we'll do that. But yeah, you're probably right on that. Okay, not bad. All right. Hey, Milton. Come on. Come on, Milton. You want to come back? Huh? Hey, Milton. Hi, sweetie. Oh, he's cute. I love my little Milton. Oh, my goodness, I love Milton. You are so cute, Milton. I don't understand why sometimes you get a little bit wild, but look at that face. Look at Milton. Aw. I feel like a James Bond villain, you know. Ernest Lofeld petting the cat, except I think he had a white cat, and I got a black cat. A dangerous, oh, look at that dangerous black cat. He's a vicious animal. Hey, Milton. Look at that face. Up. Are you going to play with your own? Oh, he's going to play with himself. Here you go. You want to go there and attack the screen? Go ahead and do it. Look at that fluffy tail. Look at that beautiful animal. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Milton has left the room. One thing I try to tell people that a lot of people don't understand, when you have a cat, you need to be very patient because cats, they're not like dogs. You're not going to force a cat to do anything. And if you do, they're going to get even with you. A cat is an independent animal. So the trick with cats is find what they like and give them what they like. And they'll be your buddy for life. That's what I've noticed. Good food, good companionship, and they're happy. Now, if you don't take their nuts off, they're going to be looking for a mate, and they're going to see you as a threat. You take their nuts off, now you're their friend. Who needs a mate when you have a really good friend? And I agree with that. That's actually kind of interesting. I don't know if there's a human version of that, but I can tell you one thing. It works for the kitty cats. Anyway, let me go back here and there we go. All right. Oh, and speaking of, I'm glad that I did go a little bit longer because Kelly is here. Amish women are not allowed to cut their hair or shave. Well, there you go. See, I can agree with that in the Amish. That sounds good. You just have to figure out, it's like a friend of mine was saying, Rick, you need to start your own version of the Amish community. I thought to myself, I could do that. So instead of being without electricity, because if you want to live in a place like Florida and you don't have electricity, you're in big trouble. But you could have like off-grid living. So they always try to stop you from being independent, but the Amish people can do it because it's religious freedom. So you just say, well, all right, I want to live off-grid. I want to grow my own food and all this. And you make your own like religion. It's like, okay, it's very important to me to have this connection to my food and to my life. No subscriptions. That'll be the thing for Rick's Amish community. If there's a subscription involved, you're not going to have it, which means no utilities, no TV service, none of this stuff. We can make our own internet. We can have sort of our own ISP. We'll just all own shares in the company and we can charge for services to businesses and we get the internet for free. That would work. So no utilities of any kind. We'll get rid of the property tax. We'll just make ourselves religiously exempt. Every house is a church. So every house has a meeting, it's a church. We'll get the taxes cut, and then we'll get all our money from the sales tax and from tourists. Imagine, take over a whole county and make it like the 1950s. It's like going back to 1960. You come to this county, you drive up at night, and there's so many neon signs, it looks like Las Vegas. And you have old-fashioned grocery stores, you got the butcher shop, you can buy souvenirs. It'll be the only place in the world you can buy brand new rotary phones. You know, you want to redecorate your house? Go over to our lumber yard and pick up a few boxes of our nice ceiling tiles so you can get that 1950s right back. And don't forget the light fixtures, the ones made out of real glass. They're there too. I think it would be a huge money-making opportunity. It would be a little weird for a lot of people, but I think it would be amazing because right now there's been this relentless destruction. Get rid of all the things from the 1950s. Anything that's up to the 50s has to be eliminated, and it has to be replaced with a black, white, and gray box. So anything from the pre-box period has to go. That's what we're dealing with. That's what happened here in Miami. I'm surrounded by black, white, and gray boxes. I've got the only 50s piece left, and when I move out, it's gone. So before I move, I'm taking it out myself. They're just going to get a box. When I leave this house, they're getting a black, white, and gray box with a few big trees, which I'm not going to take down. But, you know, that's the plan. Well, anyway, might be something to do. Find a way to make this keep going. Thank you, but I do make mistakes. Carnivore was writing his name and did not understand the post. This was months ago. Okay, so it was a misunderstanding. All right. Try to antagonize me with ill intent, saves me the grief, and them the time. Okay. Block people who try to antagonize me with ill intent. There you go. You have to snog, marry, or avoid any foods. Which would it be? Okay. Milton, what do you want? Milton? Are you playful? He's a Milton. He's a little Milton. Look at the Milton. The Milton has returned to attack. Because he's a vicious animal with claws. Look at that vicious beast. Look at those teeth. Look at that face. Okay, Milton. You want more food? Milton, no attacking. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. He's going to sneak up on me. He's good at attacking. So expect a Milton attack at any minute. He's down at my feet. Are you going to attack? Are you hungry, Milton? If I give you food, will you give me a break? Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give Milton some food. I'll be right back and I'll answer Jonathan's question. I gave Milton some food. I guess that's what he wanted. He's got a piece of meat, but that doesn't stop him from coming in here and bothering me. He likes to try to slow down or end my live stream. All right, let me go back here to Jonathan's question. Rick, my friend, you have to snog, marry, or avoid any foods. I don't know what snog is. S-N-O-G. Marry or avoid any foods. Which would they be? Well, you know what I would avoid. Any duck food. I don't eat duck food. But maybe you'll clarify it in a question. Okay. You two have almost the same name. What is it, Milton? You want to play? Is that what you want? You don't want food? Milton, what are you doing? No, Milton. Milton, do not eat that. No. Okay, here we go. We have the cat toy. We're going to, that's what Milton wants. Milton wants to play. Oh, come here, Milton. Here we go. So we'll play. Oh, he's talking. Look at Milton. Come on, Milton. Come and get it. Oh, look at how cute Milton. Oh, it's caught. Oh, there he goes. Wow, that cat is fast. It's like a little panther. He is cute. Milton, you are the cutest cat I've had in a long time. There we go. All right, so, okay. It doesn't change. This confusion can hurt people. I hate that I've upset him, Jonathan. Let me see. Oh, okay. Okay. I hate to have said him. Still on, please know I meant you no harm or offense. Okay. She is profusely apologizing to you now. Yes. I would not joke. He's upset, right? Oh, and okay. We have another live here. George, who I didn't see earlier. I'm going live with Dawn, Resting Witch Face at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. If anybody wants to see a real carnivore witch, well, there you go. So that's another one. And I don't know if Thomas is going to have his 4 o'clock live stream. So once I finish this live stream and be attacked by my cat, there'll be a lot of other live streams to listen to. I'm going to go out there and struggle. I'll probably get the torch and the welder and try to get this Bobcat drive motor apart. I've been trying to get it apart for 2 days. So yes, so that's another possibility right there. She should have done it the first few times and I wouldn't have to block her again. I must have missed it. She did know what it was about. My folks explained it. Milton, what are you doing? Milton, don't eat that. Milton. There you go. Play with the cat toy. That's it. Play with the cat toy. He's a Milton. Look at that vicious Milton. Oh, he's quick. Wow. I feel sorry for any small animal that gets in the way of Milton. They're not going to make it. I had to go diagnose a Ford. Tell Milton he had a great live stream today. Well, look at Milton. He's still there. Come on, Milton. What? Milton is a black menace. Black menace. All right. Okay. He makes that cute sound everywhere he goes. Yep. It's George, the carnivore ambassador to the UK. There we go. And Madam Secretary, there we go. I was listening while driving. Excited to watch you on Dawn's channel. She is so fun. Milton, what are you doing? Even if she won't write me back. That's okay. I'm still a huge fan. Well, there you go. Oh, there goes Milton. There goes Mr. Milton. I need to make a Milton cam. That'd be funny. Strap a camera on Milton and watch him walk around. Watch him sleep. He is so much fun. All right. Okay, so what else do we have here? All right. Music and bacon, it looks like, from Jonathan. And 5 cats. There we go. 5 cat heads. She doesn't even write me back. I had to give her a kick up the email butt to get the link. She forgot. She's very busy. Okay. Part of the Dawn lovable part. She's a mess. Thomas not on today. I think he on tomorrow instead of. Okay. My mom and stepdad are going out tonight for a few hours. I will try and go with them to the pub to socialize. I haven't done that in about 2 years. Wish me luck. Well, Jonathan, I hope that you can at least enjoy it and not be annoyed. That would be great. But, hey, at least you're trying. Milton, boy, Milton is really active now. I'm holding the cat toy in one hand and doing this in the other. Yes, I wish you luck, Jonathan. Okay, let's see. Have fun at the pub. Yes. And John Beatty is here. Hello. Good to see you. What's the thinking on running a little stream of water for us Floridians in areas going to freeze the next couple of days? Well, it depends on what you think is going to freeze. Any pipe that's in the ground in Florida, our ground is so warm it's not going to freeze. But if the pipe is outside, let's say you have water coming up into the house, I mean, it could help, but for most people, it's not going to be an issue. Unless you have a really long pipe run outside your house, I wouldn't worry about it. The thermal mass of your building is just, it's not going to allow it to get to freezing. It takes a lot of cold to freeze water. So now if you're like me and you have solar panels on the roof, we had a freeze back in 1990 that ruptured the solar panels, but it did not hurt any of the pipes inside the house, even the one going up to the water because it's close to the ground. If you do have pipes in your attic or something like that and it's not insulated, then yeah, you could definitely run some water. The other option, if you're in doubt, would be to drain the whole thing, but that would require an air compressor. You'd have to shut the water off and then you have no water. But you could do that. Right, baby? Yeah. But I would, it's hard to know without actually seeing the home, but that it would definitely work. Okay. Live stream. Okay, so we got that already. Let me see. Oh, now Milton attacks. He's funny. He hides and then he attacks the cat toy. It's so cute. He goes and runs. Okay. Let me see. I had a repipe last year in the attic. PEX V piping. Well, PEX is flexible, so that shouldn't be a problem. The problem is at the junctions, wherever they crimp it together. I've seen it where water freezes and then it just separates apart. So, yeah, you could do that. You could leave the water flowing a little bit. The hot water side will not be a problem because the water heater is going to basically conduct, even if the pipe is not running, it should be enough to conduct the heat away. But the further you are from the water heater tank, the more likely it is to fail. But yeah, you could do that. XP piping. And it's either the blue or the red stuff. I'm not sure. Usually the blue one's for cold water and the red is for hot water. Hey, Milton. He's still playing with a cat toy. That's pretty good. Okay. I will give you space. All right. Okay. We can keep everybody happy all the time. I really enjoyed working with you last week. Oh, good. Love those cute little cat noises. The jade-eyed mini panther make. Yeah, those are funny. He's in the shadow. I see two yellow eyes hiding in a shadow, watching the cat toy bounce up and down, and he's going to sneak up and attack it. As soon as it goes around the corner, he attacks. He sure is a beautiful cat, though. And he is like a mini panther. Open the caps, those pipes, outside walls. If it's 10 degrees here, we let faucets lightly drip to the same. Yeah. So where Juliet is at, it's a whole lot colder. So you shouldn't have a problem here in Florida. I mean, seriously. It takes a while for the water to freeze hard enough to break the pipe. My cat makes bird imitation sounds when he sees birds outside that he can't get to. Some of them do that. Mine doesn't, but some of them definitely do that. All right. So let me see how many people we have. Do I really have 50 people in my chat? Wow, that's pretty amazing. 50 people at this time. Wow, incredible. So, and there's Milton. Now he's playing with my shoe. What are you doing, Milton? He's attacking the work boot. He's pulling it all. There he goes with the cat toy. Got to set up that Milton cam. This cat is so entertaining. I just love him. Oh, look at that. Look at that cat. I guess he must be healthy, as playful as he is. Problem is, sometimes he attacks my leg, but at least he doesn't put the claws out. He's cute. I really was seriously thinking about getting rid of him when he tore me up a couple times, but he seems to have calmed down to the point where he's my permanent pet. Yes, he is. From the cat that was found on the street as a kitten in a hurricane to a house pet that's loved by many people, including me, people that he's never met yet. That's pretty impressive. Wow. You are one lucky cat, Milton. It's a good thing you were running around in the street and my neighbor picked you up, because now your future is bright. And again, it's like I say, it doesn't matter how good you are, how many kittens that maybe are as good or better than Milton didn't get discovered. It all depends on who you're with. You get discovered by Rick, who treats his cat really nice, like, oh, look at that playful thing, and puts up with some of the damage that he does. And now he's a good cat. I like him. I feel sorry for any rodent that comes in the house. Those little noises are happy sounds. Well, that's good. Milton seems to be a happy cat. He definitely is. 52 people watching. Well, Juliet corrected me. It is 52. And again, that's pretty impressive for a guy that has less than 4,000 subscribers. That's, for example, you might have 1,000 people watching a Dr. Barry live stream. For somebody that has, more than 1 million viewers, and you have someone that has less than 4,000 subscribers and has 50 people already in a stream this long. It's been a long time. It's almost 4 hours. These are the longest live streams ever. I can barely watch a video sometimes that's more than 15 minutes, unless it's really well done. So if 50 people right now, or 52 or whatever it is, are watching a live streamer that's been 4 hours, that's really impressive. And I have more people watching my live streams than any of my ride and talks. I've never gotten more than like 150 something people watching a ride and talk. I've had over 600 people watch a live stream. So that's pretty impressive. It just goes to show that we all have our place in the world. And we have a hello from George to Juliet. And the chirping noises, yes, silly cat noises are so cute. I just love the little cat sounds. The only other cat that did that was my first cat, who was also a black cat. So that's pretty good. Cat's daily behavior seems mostly based on when he wants to eat. Yes, they're good at that. Really miss Keto Cookout. One day I'll be back. Well, we're here when you are. We're here practically every week. Okay. My highest for Sunday Live was like 24. 50 plus is big time. Yes, it is. And again, this is why the live streams go as long as they do, because I keep being impressed. I want to cut everybody off, but until you get into the 30s, it's like I'm not cutting off. I just let people go, because you come here for a reason. You're spending your valuable time, whether you're watching the video or just listening. You're spending the time to listen to a quack, a total quack with a black cat and a house full of stuff, who his truck is broken down, the van is out of commission, and has to get around on a bicycle that he picked from the trash. Now, I'd like to customize my bike. I was trying to find a banana seat. I don't know if they still make those things anymore. When I was a kid, I had a bike with a banana seat and a sissy bar. I thought it would be funny to convert like one of the larger bikes into a bike. I need to get some chrome fenders, a sissy bar, and a banana seat, and then convert it into a bike. Maybe if I could get those ape hanger handlebars, the ones that stick way up, that'd be even funnier. It's like, yeah, look, it's Pee Wee Herman Part 2. Okay. Jonathan says, I am currently ranked number 2 in the world for Mr. Health and Fitness. With enough votes, I could get through to the next round online. That's awesome, Jonathan. Number 2 in the world for Mr. Health and Fitness. Well, we know you're already number 1 with us, but number 2 in the world, that is impressive. And Juliet says, congrats, there you go. Chafee and I got around 1K once. I usually hover around 20 on my channel, see? So even Jonathan, who is a superstar in the carnivore community, doesn't get as much as I do. I think one of the reasons I get so many compared to a lot of people is that I appeal to a pretty wide audience of very interesting people. I don't appeal to the mainstream. You never see mainstreamers even acknowledge that I exist. I am never going to be mainstream because that's not who I am. But I appeal to the sort of out of the mainstream, out of the box, or whatever you want to call it, people. They like to see somebody different. They like somebody who's not going to be combative most of the time. And I think they like my videos. So that's actually very good. But yes, Jonathan, that is correct. And I've been in a lot of your live streams. My cat was 21 years old. She had the same sounds. My oldest cat, Garfield, also lived to 21, which is impressive because I've had people tell me cats don't live that long. Well, yes, they do. When they live with Rick and they eat the meat-based diet, they live a really, really long time. Cats outlive dogs generally. Cats are pretty incredible animals. And it's amazing because even when they're old like that, they're still pretty flexible. I have a friend, she's got an older dog. The thing's got arthritis and barely moves. Garfield was still playing with the cat toy when he was 21 years old. He just dropped dead one day. I woke up in the morning. He wasn't there to eat his meat. I looked around and I saw a tail hanging off of the dining room chair. So I go, Garfield must be asleep. And I tap on Garfield, and Garfield doesn't move. What's wrong with Garfield? And Garfield just died right there on the chair. So I picked up Garfield and I took him outside. I got my pick and shovel. I started digging. I dug a hole, put Garfield in the ground, and he remains there to this day. Garfield lived 21 years, and I found Garfield, believe it or not, when I was bike riding. And I brought him here because he was a sick sick cat. He wasn't a kitten. He was already somewhat grown. And I didn't expect him to live. And he did live, and he stayed here. I thought maybe he'd run away. And he was an outside cat for a while, and then he turned into an inside cat. And he still lived to 21 years. So that cat was impressive. My first cat, Harry, he lived to 18. And he ate cat food in the beginning and meat later on. And that's it. So let's see. The low carb cans I buy for my cat is $3.20 per 6 months. Okay. I just get meat scraps. BBEN. I've never heard that sound before. Just Milton. Milton is an unusual, but my first cat, Harry, which I have a picture of, he made the same sound. Let me go ahead and see. I'll find it. Oh, here it is. I still have these old photo cubes. Remember these things? But this is me with my first black cat. He was a young cat back then. And here's another picture of me with Blackie. This is in the same front yard here. That pedestal is still there. You can actually see the Ford Pinto that my mom used to drive. This had to be, I went to the dentist. You can see the stickers they used to give. And I actually found those stickers. I saved them on a board. Couldn't believe I still had them. But I'd gone to the dentist. And I think there's another one here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, there's those two. You can tell these are Polaroid pictures. You can see the bottom of the Polaroid picture that's folded over. And there it is. But I thought that was kind of nice. And it still looks, the picture looks good. These are the exact same windows that you see right here. See that? So that's right outside this door. Pretty incredible. And you can see there's a big difference between my height then and now. Look at that. Pretty amazing. I actually still have this mailbox, although it's totally rusted out. Before I move out of here, I think I'm going to make some pictures in this house outside to show the difference between this, I think is 1978, and whenever I move out, the big difference. All right, so we'll put this in here. That's pretty good. That's good here too. There we go. Back, and the foam is still good in this photo cube. A lot of foam breaks down. This one didn't, which is amazing. There it is. So, junior high pick, elementary school, and so on. And the neighborhood is totally different. The background doesn't look anything like this. You see my dad with my mom's cat. If you look in the background, you see this house over there. They've all been black, white, and grayed since then. Nothing is the same in the neighborhood except this place. It's the same, but more deteriorated. All right, let me go to... Okay. I don't often make the keto cookout, but often it is. I just skip it if I can't see Rick. Well, Jonathan, I appreciate that. I have seen you there. The handlebars are called monkey bars. Yep. We used to call them ape hangers, but yeah, those. And I got a picture of that here. I have to upload. Oh, I think it might be in the other photo cube. Let me see. All right. I don't see it. It might be in one of the photo albums. I got the other photo cube, but it's just the same basic pictures. Got some family pictures. There's a picture of me as a kid with Big Bird, and, you know, some of these are faded. They used to be in the windowsill. I moved them inside away from the window because they were fading fast. So, yeah, that's one of those things. There's Cheston. That makes me think. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and get these comments. Where are my comments? Here we go. All right. I used to call them ape hangers, but you're right. I used to like the long handlebars because a lot of times when you're as tall as I am, I have to raise up the handlebar from the front. If I could find, I might even build one myself when I get my own place with a shop. I could make my own banana seat out of a piece of steel, piece of sheet metal, bend it over, and then upholster it. So I want to have an adult-sized bike with a banana seat with the sissy bar that goes around the top, and maybe even the little back cushion thing that you can pop wheelies with. And then I might even go for the slick like I had on my bike when I was a kid. So if I could get a 29-inch, I got a 29-inch bike, I could turn it into a imitation Schwinn Stingray banana seat bike. Even rig up one of those little shifters on there. I think that would blow people's minds. Especially now, the way the government wants to regulate everything. They don't want anybody to have an electric bike. I could turn it into a stealth electric bike, put the little generator-looking thing with the light on it that we had as a kid, and just go riding around with that thing and see if the cops harass me with that. It'll be just like when I was a kid, except as an adult. All right, let's see. Oh, wow. I skipped 2 and Rick is on keto cookout. Uh-oh. I'm glad that people like to watch me. Mainstreamers is what Milton is for. That's true. I mean, people do like cats. Rick, for an oddling like me, you do have a broad audience. Yes. You, however, have what is called the gift of gab. That is true. I've been told that many times. And I'm very combative. If you guys saw behind the scenes, you would understand. Yes, and I understand that. That's one of the reasons I don't bother Jonathan when I don't have to, because I don't want to aggravate anyone. But I'm here. I don't get offended easily. It takes a lot. I do tend to make a joke out of everything. Remember, it's not the carnivore diet for Rick. It's the heart attack diet. See, the emphasis is on heart attack. You're going to eat the carnivore diet, you're going to get a massive heart attack, and you're going to drop dead. That's the whole idea of my carnivore diet. It's not healing humanity. It's heart attack for humanity. Maybe that's what it should be. Heart attack for humanity. It's like Habitat for Humanity, but heart attack for humanity. So join the Rick Carnivore group, and you too can have a heart attack for humanity. Just like, yeah, that's it. Because Habitat for Humanity, that was what Jimmy Carter used to push. Heart attack for humanity. That makes sense. I like that. It might be a good video. Heart attack for humanity. If I stayed up for keto cookout, a certain coach would tell me off for not getting enough sleep. Yeah, that is very true. You're a young cat also. Yep. I'm not entirely combative, but I definitely do not like people slowing me down or interfering. That is why it's best if my boss just leaves. Exactly. Love that pick. Well, thank you. Blackie has returned as Milton. Cats often come back to those they love. Well, there you go. He's a good kitty. It's wonderful that you get to live there now. Yes, well, sadly, I'm not going to be here, hopefully, because Miami has changed. It's gotten way too expensive with the taxes and all that, unless the state changes it. But I need more land. I need a lot more land. I got a tiny suburban lot. I need space. I need to have acres and acres so I can put some of my knowledge to work. Like that guy Salatin, Joel Salatin, he's got a big following. I think I'm better when it comes to knowledge and when it comes to broad knowledge. Now, he has really good knowledge in his area when it comes to regenerative farming and ranching. But I can do other things too. I need to develop my regenerative farming and ranching skills. That's where I don't have the skill, and I need the land to do it. But on the other hand, when it comes to building things, inventing things, and fixing things, I think I'm superior to most of the YouTube influencers. So let's work on it together. Maybe I can help some of them become more adaptable and be able to make their own things. They can make some of their own parts and products and stuff like that. So if we work together, there's really nothing that's going to be impossible. Because if somebody else could do it, why can't you do it? And if you got the right team behind you, you can do it. And I think that's where the success is going to come from. You have the right team, you're going to succeed. As long as your team can work together and not, well, battle it out. Conditioner Rick's house is the aftermath when a kid refuses to keep his room clean. Well, it's not so much that. The problem is I do a lot of things and that's it. Okay, I have... Farewell, folks. I'm off to get some fresh raw milk. Excellent. Sounds like a good plan. Used to have extra white ceiling tiles back there, then put pillows over them when I commented that I liked the white tiles behind the couch. Well, they're still there. I can definitely, when I make the new studio, which I still haven't done, I have them. I had them over when I did the Carrie phone call, so they are there. And they're still around. I haven't gotten rid of anything. They are still there. Antiques Roadshow was a Sunday evening fixture. Lots of disappointed people sent home with junk. Yes, for those of us who like such things. Well, that's true. A lot of that stuff was sort of overpriced. Let's see here. I like the room he's in now. Unique. Oh, everything's unique here. And when I move, it's going to be just as unique because even if the room isn't exactly the same, I can take this set with me anywhere I go. Plus, I'm going to be building new sets. It's going to have the same sort of eclectic 1950s style, but in a different location. So don't expect this to change. If one day I announce that I'm going to move, don't be surprised if I have a live stream. Maybe I skip a week, maybe I don't. The next time I have a live stream, I have the exact same setup, and you probably think, well, Rick, when are you going to move? And then when I take the camera and I turn it around, instead of seeing this, you're going to see a 1950s house, but with an open space, a big cow pasture or a forest or something like that. But then again, I'm going to take this with me. If I stay in Florida, the banana patch, the fruit trees and everything, they're coming out with me. I'm moving the mango tree. And I know it's hard to move a mango tree, but I am going to move it. I'm going to dig around that mango tree. I've already been trimming the roots around the edge. I've been putting in peat moss and soil. So what I'm trying to do is to get the mango tree used to it. I've trimmed it back a little bit, and I'm going to use some of those cuttings to do grafting. I got to get with my other friend Tom down in Homestead that has a Sleepy Lizard avocado farm. We got to graft some mango trees. Because not only am I going to take my mango tree with me, I'm going to take a whole bunch of new mango trees if I stay in Florida. And my avocado tree, same thing. It's coming out. Now, it's pretty big. I don't know if it's going to survive, but I have been cutting the roots around it as well. I'm trying to limit the size of the tree, but I've been cutting it back. I've got it supported in case we have a hurricane. But I will definitely move all the fruit trees, the orange tree, the mango tree, the avocado tree. They're going to be set on the trailer with a bobcat. And then I can't make a root ball because the root system is spread. So they'll be set upright with poles holding them in place. I'm sure that people get mad at me when I drive 45 miles an hour with 2 or 3 fruit trees on a trailer. But that's the plan. And I'm going to move them to the new place and I will plant them. If they survive, great. But if I leave them here, the house flippers are going to cut everything down. So I might as well do it for them, make the house black, white, and gray before I sell it. That way I can get more money. And I can take my goodies with me. I can take the 50s and 60s and 70s feeling along with me. So even though I'm in a different location, there'll be a lot of familiar surroundings. And it will change. Sure, it'll change with time. But it's not going to be like everybody else. You will never see me in an echo-filled room. You notice most people, when you listen to the live stream, they have an echo. You will never hear one in my house, whether it's in the bedroom, whether it's in the shop, or whether it's here in the living room. Because there's a lot of stuff. I got ceiling tiles that absorb sound. I got all that. That's all coming out too. I'm taking the ceiling out of the house. I'm going to put drywall in here before I sell it. So all the ceiling tiles, they're coming out. The paneling, most of it's been trashed, but I do have some of the original that I'm taking with me. This is part of the scene. I'm going to keep that. The old bookcase that my dad built. That comes with me. Even all the junk that my mom had, all those little figurines. Look at this. Look at all that junk. She used to put those all around the house. I just stuck them all up there to get them out of the way. They're coming with me too. So a lot of stuff's coming with me, and don't expect any major changes. There'll be minor changes. What I want to do, though, is if I continue to live stream, make videos, I'm going to make different locations. So it may be living room one week, bedroom, shop, outdoors. Who knows? I'm going to try to make it more interesting. We'll see. We'll see if everyone keeps following my channel. Oh, wait a minute. Hugs from UK. Well, thanks, Mandy. I'm glad that you did that. You can't even see the room. There's too much stuff. It's lived in. Rick has lots of cool stuff in that house. Yes, I do. I had a Mattel Varumba. I had one of those too. I did. Let me switch this scene here. That'll reset the camera. There we go. The Varoom, I kind of remember that being, they had a whole bike, but they also had a thing you could put on your bike. It was like a little speaker, and you turn on it, it goes, Mattel Varoom. Oh, that thing was fun. And then the Marx Big Wheel. Remember the Marx Big Wheel with that plastic wheel with the pedals on it that had no traction? And you'd sit there and pedal, and it would just spin, and the thing barely moved. Then you had the brakes in the back where you could skid. I had one of those. It was a lot of fun. So you're pedaling this thing and trying to get it to make traction. It starts going, and then you pull that thing, and those were a lot of fun. I don't know if they still make that stuff anymore. I think it was popular. I mean, kids today, I guess, don't mess with that anymore. He'll realize it's actually big enough. Well, the problem is the yard, not the house. Something a dusty box taking. Well, I don't think you're going to find anything here that, but you never know. There's a lot of junk around here. I like the combination. Pillow patterns, his books, the wall together. Yeah, it's visually stimulating versus a lot of the generic backgrounds. I know a lot of people try to compensate with lighting and foam texture and all that, and it kind of works, but I do like this because everything in this background is real. You'll notice, what do you see over here? This is the only indication of my car hobby. See? There's a lot here. That's funny. Okay. Gotta get, okay. All right, so I've caught up. I don't know why the comments got jumped like that. That was weird. Oh. Okay. I will, there we go. I used to watch the UK version too. That's funny. Okay. Big Bird. Yes, that was the old picture. Carefully crafted studio set. I'm a fan of 1020s. You must be 1920s. Arts Deco. Lots of beautiful curves. I have glass blocks in the back part of the house. And by the way, those are coming out too. Because back in the 80s, they enjoyed a resurgence. And then people stopped using them. So I'm taking all the glass blocks out of the back window. And I'm going to replace it. When I change the windows here, I'll put new windows. And I'll just take the old glass blocks out. That's right. As it should be, looks good. Okay. Yeah, 1920s Art Deco. That's correct. Somebody will get lucky. I never get lucky. If luck is the only thing there, I always lose. I have to use skills. Slow reply. Yes, I agree and understand your position. We are who we are. I want those horse carriages, pillows, and a geek for story scenes on fabric. Huh. I don't even know where my mom got these things from, but my mom used to load the couches with pillows. She had a bunch of stuffed animals. A lot of them I have stored away in vacuum bags so they don't go bad. Haven't decided what to do with them, but, you know, they're stored away for now. We'll listen to your new videos tomorrow, George. There you go. Taking the old paneling. Yes, I've removed most of the paneling in the house because I don't like it. I really don't like that fake paneling. When I move to a new place, what I want to do is make real paneling. I'm going to get cypress or Florida pine, cut it into boards, and run it through the shaping table and put a bead on it, make the real deal. So when I have the living room, I mean, if I build a house, it's going to be totally concrete and steel. I don't build anything with wood, structural. Concrete poured roof, concrete walls. I use concrete block for the inside walls. Outside, I never paint anything. It's another thing about me. I don't like painted buildings. It's going to be brick, stone, tile, anything that doesn't require paint. Paint is a no-no, or even coral rocks stuck to the wall. So no paint. Inside, I paint, but I prefer having stuff on the walls. So I may paint the house once between the bookshelves, between all the stuff, the cabinets and everything. It covers the wall. And that's it. And if I don't like the look, I just move stuff around. That's all. My new house will probably be smaller than this one, but I'm going to have a much bigger shop. Collectible pool pottery. Okay, that's good to know. That's a cool place. Pottery is great fun if you don't mind muddy fingers, too. And I think Dr. Kilt's also, I know he makes the ceramic stuff, so he's probably into pottery. The big wheel was great for high-speed downhills. Yes. Yes. That's the Marks. Is that what they called it? Marks big wheel, maybe? You know what? I need to look that up. Let's see. Okay. All right, let me see. I think it was called the big wheel. Oh, yeah. I guess they still make these things. All right. Okay. All right, commercial won't close. What is the deal here? Okay, there we go. There it is. That's the one I was thinking about. The Mark's Big Wheel. Remember those? Yep. With the skidding action, you pull the brake. And the adjustable seat with a little storage. That thing was so you got to admit that was a lot of fun. I had so much fun with that silly thing until it eventually broke. But that's what it is. I didn't play the sound so YouTube doesn't do that copyright crap. But anyway, let me go ahead. Oh, I see Dustin's still doing his live stream. That's good. All right, there we go. So let me see here. Stained glass. You know what's another craft that I did that a lot of people don't know about? Glass bending. Has anybody else in here ever made neon signs? I did that for a while. I had neon all over my house. Back in the 80s, neon had a resurgence. So I was making extra money by doing neon art for a lot of people. We did a lot of flamingos and, just people's names. And the one guy that I did work for, he had a bunch of old signs. He had Mobil Gas and Shell and all these gas station signs. And the old ones had neon. I had a Ford sign, and I would buy boxes of glass tubing and bend it with the setup I made with the burners, join the glass together. Then I had a vacuum pump set up along with a mercury valve pump. Had the whole thing all set up. I still have the parts laying around somewhere. I find them. Some of it got broken, but I still have a lot of that stuff here. And it was a really interesting thing to do, making neon. And the neon that you see in my bedroom, I made myself. It's been, 40 years or whatever it's been? 30 years? 30-something years? It's still good. All these years. All the other lights have gone out. That one still works. Although I do still have some of these old incandescent light bulbs, and they still work. I think this is the one that burned out. But these are the old style light bulbs that we used to have. I didn't throw it out because I wanted to make a video on how to rebuild the light bulb. These light bulbs are rebuildable. A lot of people don't know that. So in an end-of-the-world situation, it's hard to rebuild an LED bulb. But see this tungsten filament? It fell out. It's inside. You can actually reattach this by welding it in place. So the filament is still reusable. You could rebuild this, but normally you would just get some new tungsten wire. It has to have that little curly shape, or you could use straight wire if you do the old-fashioned bulb, and you simply spot weld it in there using an electric arc. Then what you do, the end of the bulb, it fits in. So you have to take the socket off, and then you heat up the bulb, and this part of the bulb here fits in. So this is all glass welded together. So one of these days, in fact, you can make your own light bulb by blowing it. So glass blowing and glass bending. I've rebuilt electronic tubes, like vacuum tubes. I've done those. That was a hobby of mine. So I guess, stained glass is basically cutting pieces and using lead or other strips to hold them together. And then this is basically bending and joining glass and blowing glass to make different shapes. So glass is a very, very interesting material. And unlike plastic, glass is infinitely recyclable because it doesn't degrade with oxygen and sunlight. This bulb will be exactly the same as it is now if it doesn't break 100 years from now. Although the base, the brass may corrode off, the bulb is still there. Ceramics are like that too. Some ceramics are thousands of years old and they're still there. Pottery wheel and clay for Christmas. Yeah, that's it. I used to clean and maintain neon signs. It's very specialist. I love watching the glassmakers. Well, there you go. See? Clean and maintain neon signs. It's almost a lost art. You just don't see neon being used anymore. They use the LED replacement. But it's something that I did. I learned how to do it. I still have the old book for it. I enjoyed it very much. I haven't touched it in over 30 years, but I thought about doing it again. And when I move, I definitely want to have, my address used to be in neon. I had a neon duck that would actually flap its wings. It was very interesting. It was like an animated neon duck. So when you went to my place, you look for the duck. It got broken in Hurricane Wilma or something when a tree fell on. I had the sign out in the yard where I was living and just crushed it. That was it. Okay, what a great gift, pottery. Yep, wonderful. Yeah, that's right. When I was a kid, they used to have us make ceramics in school. Yeah, breadboard wainscoting sounds beautiful. That's right. That's what they used to use in a lot of the old houses. Of course they do. I'm now working on our thumbnail for the 11th. Nice. It is pretty quiet compared to a games console or whatever they do now. Yeah, that is, yeah. Okay. Whoops. I'll get this eventually. I will. Okay. All right. Come on. I know you're here. Jonathan, where's... Okay. George has sent you the picture of me on the hills in the storm. Neon signs and art are so cool. Yes, they are. That's what I used to do. Doesn't know about my raincoat. I got blown away that day and nearly drowned in the downpour of rain. Oh, nice. Okay. Fascinating. Excellent. Antique bottles and stemware drinking glasses. Okay, so I guess I've caught up with the comments. Let me go back to the other screen here. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. I need to get out of this. What in the world? Okay. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Let me go over here and... What in the world am I doing? There we go. Okay, I have about 37 people watching right now, so I guess we're getting close to the cutoff point. So we've had a really good live stream today. I'm actually very impressed. Very nice. Very, very nice. And again, it's not me that makes a live stream good. It's me and you. It's a team effort here. Fig bottles up as a kid on the cap. Stole them. They're worth a lot of money now. Small collection of old medicine bottles that we dug up. Okay, so he digged up. Yeah. I guess you find that stuff if you're in an older area. And the bottles, they don't go bad. They may get a little calcium on them, but if that was plastic, it would have all been broken up and absorbed into the environment. Laney bought some new desk ducks today. Their wings flap. I'll try to give you a fly pass on the Sunday school when the new secretary is not looking. Good. I'm going to be there tomorrow, so I will check it out. All right. Let's see here. German Shepherd puppy, always crying and with diarrhea. Mom was so pissed he came back for it. Historical house that replaced their foundation. Okay. In the old days, they didn't have garbage pickup. They would just throw things and bury it in the ground. So there's a lot of that old stuff around there. If it's not broken, it's probably valuable. We have lots of old marbles. That's another glass item. Glass is one of those materials that lasts forever, basically, unless it breaks. Oh, look, Grandma's Crochet Corner. How are you doing? Again, have you checked out her channel? She's like the master of music lately. All kinds of tunes dedicated to my little friend Milton and to a lot of other people in the carnivore community as well as various subjects. A lot of them tend to be country, but I'm expecting maybe some disco in the future or maybe some big band. Who knows? There's always something new in the AI music corner. Oh, I missed it. What did you miss? There we go. Yep. So everyone's saying hi to Barbara, the crochet corner, who has the nighttime lives. Yeah. She's on the night shift with the live streams. When I'm asleep, she's out on the internet. I think she starts around 9 o'clock. I try to catch it when I can. But a lot of times I'm already on my way to falling asleep. I'm generally in bed by 10 or 10:30, depending on what day it is. But if I can, I do watch, but it's usually too late. Now, if you had morning live streams, I'd be there all the time. Carnivore Mom working on bottle digging in old dumps. There you go. All right. Working on stuff from the email this morning. Okay. Must be some more music. Found a Native American carved artifact. I decided to keep it and decided to give it to the owner of the house. Huh. It was hard. There you go. Rick, he would go find old dump sites. Yes. It's a good idea. It's like Disco Duck, but worse. Get your bell bottoms and leisure suit and get that Disco Duck. All right. So what else do we have here? Disco Milton. Whack, 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 whack. Yum, 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 yum. All right. So anyway, it looks like I've caught up with the comments. Yes, yet again. Yes, I did. Yes, I caught up with the comments all over again. All right. Yeah. Remember Disco Duck? Don't be a cluck. Disco Duck. I mean, ducks don't cluck. I don't know. They had somebody with this goose outfit that was dancing around. And I think they had like a black guy that changes into a goose. And then he says Disco Duck and flapping the wings. Don't be a cluck. Disco Duck. Disco Duck. Something like that. It's been a while since I've seen that. But I was laughing when I was a kid. You know, we used to say about disco, it's a word that rhymes with ducks. So that was a whole disco thing. It came and it went. But I didn't hate disco. In fact, I kind of like some disco. You're not going to catch me disco dancing, though, because I always thought that disco was for a strange group. I mean, think about the Village People. I mean, come on. Right there, that's disco summed up in one group. Then you had that movie, Saturday Night Fever. That was interesting. The disco era came and went, and I was a kid, and I didn't know what that was. I'm crazy. Okay, what else we got here? Song already in the making. There you go. Hope you have a good day, Rick. Hope you all stay safe and healthy from Carnivore Farm Mom, and I'm glad that you were here. And yes, I hope you have a good day as well. So anyway, let me go back to Rick's live at 8, and let's see what we got. We got 40. How do we still have 40 people watching this? This is crazy. Huh. Oh, well. I guess there's more than one quack on the internet. I'm scrolling through my very, very large. Oh, I think we've missed some. I've been an ice cube all week. Okay, so Tom was freezing up there. How did that get? Hope you all have a great day. Thank you, Rick. Great stream. Okay. Boy, these old comments, they popped up. Yeah, I do need to send some of the weather. When the heat gets back here, I'm going to have to start trying to blow the air that way so you can get some of that tropical goodness. All right. Maybe Missouri. How did this thing skip all these chats? That is just crazy. My hair got much darker in the last year. I think this thing gets stuck now and then. Okay, so that's when he said hi. Why would this do it to me? Okay, so I've got all the old comments. Oh, I thought I did. Upload a video. Okay. Hit like. Yes, Jonathan said to hit like. You better do it or else. All right, let's see. Okay, that's good. All right. So I'm going through to make sure I didn't miss any comments. Looks like I got them all. Good. There we go. The Army, a young man got a Disco Forever tattoo. He's got that for life. I hope he's still got it. Disco. Disco Tucker. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Disco Duck. All right, this is going to be too much. There's been so many Milton songs. It's so funny. I go to Grandma's Crochet Corner and I find a Milton song all the time because Mr. Milton is definitely the celebrity on this channel. He's the one that's more unexpected. So, where is that? Oh my goodness. Where is the Milton song? Oh, okay. I hear a Milton sound. I heard a burp, burp. Duck charges. You remember that Daffy Duck cartoon? Duck Dodgers in the 21st and a half century. Duck Dodgers. Well, I guess the Dodgers and Chargers, they're both Chrysler products. What am I thinking, Juliet? Okay, well, let's see. Grandma's Crochet Corner, and I cannot find it. Why does this YouTube always organizes my subscribers so I can't find them? Why is that? It's crazy. Oh, it's here. Oh, there we go. I found it. Okay. Here we go. Let's hit the scene. There it is. And Nine Lives, No Apologies. Milton, the Carnivore Cat. That I haven't seen yet. Milton, the Carnivore Cat. Let's see, where's the other one? There's the Mitch. Mitch used that jazz in his live stream now. Guardian of the House. That one I've seen. Milton, the Carnivore Cat. There's another two. Daisy at the Window. Okay, that's Bill Knott's cat. Separated by Glass. There's Calico and Milton. There's more of them. Okay. I'm a Boy Toy. Sankey. Feast of the Brave. Let's see. All right. Where is it? It's here somewhere. There it is. Milton the Carnivore Cat After Dark. There's another one. So Milton is very popular on her channel. This one kind of reminds me of Dr. Chafee, something like that. There it is. Deballed but Dangerous. That's the first one. Rick has no idea. Look at that. Deballed but Dangerous with steak, chicken. There's some paw prints. Deballed but Dangerous. Deballed. Poor Milton. He got his nuts cut off. He wouldn't have got his nuts cut off if he wasn't causing trouble. if he wasn't urinating around the house and tearing me up. So I had no choice. It was either Milton gets fixed or Milton gets dropped off somewhere. And I couldn't bring myself to drop off Milton somewhere. So thanks to one of our great carnivore subscribers, Milton has been fixed, and Milton is now my beautiful pet, which I really like. I really love my Milton, even though he's a bit of an inconvenience at times. He is still my Milton. And for those of you that don't like cats, well, it may be hard to understand, but I love my Milton. Milton is awesome, especially since I live by myself. So Milton gets my full attention. There are more that are not published yet. I'm sure you've got a whole stash of them somewhere. All right. Supposed to be learning my script for tonight's live. This is too much fun. I'll have to make it up as I go along. It might be difficult. I'm a bit shy, you know. Well, what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to let everybody go because your live, you said, is starting at 1:30 Eastern. Let me check on live because I got to stop this. I'm not going to do one of those 12-hour live streams. I did that twice. I'm not doing that again. That's crazy. Unless we get like a hurricane. Now, if we had a hurricane and the internet held up, I might have a hurricane live stream. What do you think about that? As the house blows away and I'm running off the generator, the roof comes off, water's pouring in everywhere. Well, hopefully we don't get a hurricane this year. Please, no hurricane this year. Even though I can definitely use the work. I would rather the hurricane wait until I move out. I move into my new place, which is going to be out in the country. And if you want to hit Florida with a hurricane, I'm waiting for you. Come and get me. Come and take it. So send your Category 5 goodness right to my new house, and let's see how strong it is. And Milton and I will laugh at the hurricane as the 150-mile-an-hour plus winds blow everything away. And I'm sitting there with my ducks locked in a poured concrete duck shelter, and I'm in the poured concrete house with Milton, beaming my internet to a remote location using my seed oil powered generator and cooking with strawberry poop gas. Hopefully the poop gas tank doesn't get picked up by the storm, though. All right, let me see. Let me just pop over there, and there we go. All right, where is George's channel? It's here somewhere. Okay, I'll find it. Where's my keyboard? Oh, here it is. It's attached with a wire. There we go. All right. Saturday update. We got a live. I don't see a live scheduled, so I guess you're on the other channel. That's what it is. I'll have to find it. I'll find it. Tonight's live. Okay, so you're not streaming to your channel, I guess. Everything you see. Eat everything you see. Well, there we go. All right, so the live's on Dawn's channel. Okay. Dawn, that's it. So we'll have to figure out where Dawn's channel is. I don't even know if I'm subscribed to it or not, but it's not on your channel. All right, well, let's see. What do we have in terms of my channel? How many people do we have here? I think we're down into the 30s again. Let me just double check. We have 34 people watching right now. And we started 4 hours ago, so we need to round this up. We need to start slowing this down. That's what we need to do. Anyway, what's the name of the channel? Life After 60 with Resting Witch Face. There we go. Okay, let me get this over here. All right, and we will check the channel. There we go. Barbara wants to know the name. Life After 60 with Resting Witch Face. I'm going to look that up right now. So we'll do that right now, and I'll post a link. Remember, we promote each other here. Sounds like the mail truck is here. Do I have mail? I don't know. It was supposed to rain today and it didn't. I'm kind of surprised. Well, that's good. Gives my roof a break. So let me go ahead and see if I can find this. And there it is. All right. We have a live stream and it is, wait a minute. Meet my carnivore guru. That's got to be it. So let's post the link over here so that way you can transition over to our friend George's channel. And there we go. Look at that. There it is. Oh. Suspected spam. They'll never get past my phone filter. Once they hit the menu, they're done. All right. Give her channel, George. Okay. Yep. Post on your channel too. Thanks so much for voting for me, sir. Oh, is there? I have to see. I have to see if there's a voting thing so I can vote as well. And there's the channel. If you're not familiar with it, there it is. Okay. And I clicked it and it went right to it. So it is a functional link. So you can catch George over there at any time. We're going to wrap this up before that starts. Remember who you're talking to, the one tech idiot. Thank you, Rick. Oh, no, it's just, that's the way my channel works. I'm not trying to take away from anybody's information. In fact, I wish everybody would join in. So that's just less work for me. I can play with Milton and work on my stuff that I got to do. I got to get this thing taken apart somehow. And I'm going to probably have to go out there with a torch. And I may even burn some trash today to get some ashes so I can make a soap video. So I got a lot going on. I'm always busy. Even though I'm mostly unemployed, I'm always busy. I know people that when they get let off work, they do nothing. So I said, oh, you're looking for a job? Yeah. Why are you sitting in the chair? Well, I'm unemployed. I'm waiting for work. But you got unemployment. Why don't you go and do those things you can't do before? Fix things around the house, build things, do things. But nope, their life comes to an end when they don't have a job to go to. I guess they've been trained like a duck to waddle over to the duck food, and eat that, waddle back to the duck pond, and then poop and mate and go back to the duck food in the duck pond, and that's it. Every day back and forth to the duck pond. That's their life. All right, so let's see what else we got here. We have some good stuff going on. We have, looks like 38 people watching right now. That's not too bad. But if there's anything else that you want to mention, it's almost 1 o'clock. We're going to try to end this so that you can slip over. I guess some people went to Dustin. I don't know if he's still running his live stream. If he is, you might want to check him out. And if not, at 1:30, George will be on a live stream. I've posted the link, which you can access as well. So I think it would be really nice for us to wrap this up. Let's put this one in neutral and step on that, brake, and let's get this thing stopped before the parts fall off. The engine's overheating and making noise. It's time to shut her down. All right, now where did I put my folder? There we go. All right. There we go. Okay, let's see what level we have here. There we go. Turn this down a little bit like that. And we will start playing our way out. So let's see what kind of comments we have. So we can finish by 1. We have when the time comes, I'm going to need some YouTube coaching. Well, you got Juliet, you got Amy, you got a lot of people out there that can help you with YouTube. Even Jonathan. We know that Jonathan is pretty good when it comes to tech. So you've got a lot of choices there, and that's great. All right. We have see you Sunday at 4:45. Well, that's your time. It's 5:45 Eastern time. And Doug is home this week, so that's good. And again, I should be seeing both of you next week in person, so that'll be good. Of course, George, I tried to do a channel raid for my life years. Mail truck drove by on the other side of the street. I guess I don't have mail today. It didn't work. Sorry, I didn't have enough subscribers. I tried to do a channel raid. Okay. From my live to yours. Well, there you go. All right. Well, that's good. Channel raid from my live. Okay. I guess you must be using voice to text. But anyway, let's see. Did that finish playing already? Interesting. All right. So hopefully everybody, I think we all had a good live today. We usually do. And again, if I don't see you on next Saturday, I should see you Tuesday night on the Keto Cookout with Russ Mitchell. And normally, Keto Cookout, I don't say much. So that's why I do all the talking on Saturday, because nobody else has called in for a while. And hopefully, I'll do some kind of live thing. Oh, wait a minute. We have another announcement here. Let's see. Okay. Before we go, we don't want to miss anybody. Why is this not working? Oh, okay, because I'm not clicking it. That's why it's not working. We'll just... There we go. Yeah, 5:45 Eastern, Tampa, yay. That's right. And Kelly, Broken Carnivore, says, I will need live. You will be live 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central tomorrow. So I got to remember this because last week I didn't know it and I got there in the last minute, but he was nice enough to say that I was there. So at 4 o'clock tomorrow, and I'm going to be here. I'm going to be working around the house. I will watch. If I don't comment all the time, that's because I got probably electrode in one hand and I'm welding, or I got a hammer. I'm always doing something. But I'm going to make sure that I try to watch yours. And I'm looking forward to it. So half an hour, you can see George. Thomas, I guess, is not on today. Later on, doesn't Carrie do something Saturday night usually? But you know who is the number one Saturday Night Live? Who has a Saturday Night Live tonight? Who can tell me? I'm sure everybody can tell me. I will be there. Have a wonderful weekend. Everybody have fun. Thank you. I'll be there. So who has Saturday Night Live? I'm not talking about the one on NBC. I'm talking about the other Saturday Night Live. There's a Saturday morning live, and there's a Saturday night live. And we know who that is, don't we? Yes, we do. Let's just check him out before we go. Oh, and I got the wrong one. Yes. Mitch. That is correct. Mitch. Mitch Weiss. We all know who Mitch is. And if you're still here, Mitch, you know who we are. And again, I look forward to seeing Mitch in person. In person for the first time ever. I've never met Mitch. And let's see how many other people are going to come that I haven't met. And if you don't know who I am, well, you haven't been watching YouTube, because when you see me at the live, I am sort of like the most unique of the bunch. Let's put it that way. Why is this not showing up? Let me switch scenes here. All right. So tonight, let's see. Oh, I moved this. I moved the wrong one. Here we go. He's at the top of the list. Almost 50,000 subscribers. You'll get there soon. You'll be 50K in no time. pretty soon, Mitch is going to have one of those YouTube play buttons. I don't know how many you have to get that, but you're going to see that. I don't think he's going to display it, but he will have it. Okay, Carnivore Miracle. Oh, he's got a new video too. Before and after pictures. Look at that. That's the before. Yeah, look at that. 4 years, 50 pounds. Good for Mitch. Looks better. Even skin looks better too. Pretty amazing. But yeah, Saturday Night Live will be tonight. Is it? I guess he hasn't put it up yet. Oh, wait a minute. I guess he has not posted the link yet. All right. We'll look for it. It'll come up later. And I guess the other live we have is our very famous friend who is everywhere, or if I can find him. There it is. Does he have one tonight? We'll see. Yeah. 8:15. All right. So I see he follows Mitch. I guess he's not trying to compete with Mitch anymore. 30 carnivore meals that change. Emma and Carrie live. So you have Mitch. And again, Mitch is usually around 7. Let me go back to Mr. Mitch. And I have clicked the wrong screen again. All right. We'll find it. Come on. Milton, why are you meowing at me? Oh, somebody here. I got my neighbor. That's another reason to quit. Okay, let me go ahead and, yeah, 7 o'clock with Mitch. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to wrap this up. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. And we have somebody here that wants to say bye. Here he is. Hey, Milton. Thank you for coming here. Look at Milton. I love Milton. I love Milton. Look at that face. Go get it, Milton. Go get it, Milton. There he is. So Milton says goodbye. Rick says goodbye. Let me see if we have any more of these comments here. Let me double check. We'll get this done, and then I'll talk to my neighbor, and that's it. Carnivorous Grandma, usually on Saturday night. Yes. And thanks so much from Jonathan. And we have completed the comments. I'm going to end the live stream. And thank you for being here. And if I see any of you in person next week, I hope you say hi. See you.